is vast and mystical. The strength that India possesses today is inherited through its rich culture of traditions, art and knowledge passed on silently from one century to the next, from one dynasty to another. The Kadambas, Gangas, Chalukyas, Hoysalas, the Rayas of Vijayanagara and the Vadayas of Mysore symbolize the glory of Karnataka, all protected by the divine power of Gandaberunda, the two-headed bird. Gandaberunda is not just the mystical bird, it's the ethos of Karnataka. It's the symbol and an insignia that protects, guides and steers the state of Karnataka and its people even today and into tomorrow. At the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit, the saga continues and we unfold yet another fascinating tale of the future, crafted by the visionaries and the young minds. Presenting tech for the next gen.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. It's standing up for what you believe in, being committed, putting your whole heart in. When you are pro something, that something means everything to you. Stand up for progress. For our customers, for their customers. We are pro-transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform and secure the vital technology systems your customers depend on every day. Using the power of data and AI to improve the workplace. Giving your employees the tools to make work feel less like work. Modernizing and managing your systems with intelligent IT practices. Wherever they are, on-prem, in the cloud, or at the edge. We are pro-curiosity. Our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas that help you drive your business forward. We are pro-planet, creating sustainable solutions, and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. That's progress. The kind of progress that we stand up for every day. Restless, empathetic, and devoted. The Kindra way. Because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Hi, I'm Akash. I am CEO and co-founder of Cash Free Payments, and we are proud to associate with Bangalore Tech Summit. Bangalore Tech Summit is happening between 16th to 18th November, right? And we have a very good lineup of speakers, conferences, and exhibitions. So if you are an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, then don't miss an opportunity to miss this kind of great event. So be part of it, and we'll see you there.
The world has never been more alive with opportunities and the potential for progress. We believe that this progress will drive businesses to transform more in the next 10 years than in the 100 that came before it, moving the world forward at an unprecedented rate. We sit at the core, powering this progress, enabling growth, fueling, inspiring, innovating. We are Kyndryl. We design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology systems that the world depends on every day. Working with our customers, we imagine things differently. By forging new strategic partnerships, we unlock new possibilities, creating a world powered by digital systems, alive with opportunity, robust in their potential. Nearly 90,000 strong and growing, we are curious, open, adaptive, always restless, anticipating what's next, what's possible. We are devoted to our customers and committed to their success. In every corner of the world, side by side, day to day, we help the world's biggest companies realize big ambitions and discover new ones. Together, we create healthy digital ecosystems that are oxygen to innovation and energy to change the world. We are Kyndryl, and we are the heart of progress.
Welcome to the 25th edition of the Bangalore Tech Summit. Kyndryl is privileged to be a principal partner for this flagship event. So, hello, my name is Krishnan Venkateshwaran, and I am the CTO of Kyndryl India. Today, I want to talk about an industry vertical that touches our daily life, which is retail. Let's chart the captivating journey of the retail industry over the last decade and reflect on its unfolding future. So the first surge of digitization in retail resulted in the virtualization of shopping that let shoppers browse store shelves online and purchase products through e-commerce platforms. And since then, e-commerce adoption has accelerated at breakneck speed. And today, its global market size is valued in the trillions of dollars. One of the major challenges that the booming e-retail industry had to contend with was seasonality. A substantial part of retail revenues are realized during festival seasons when 10x spikes in demand are common. So cloud computing came to the rescue as the perfect solution, since the cloud model thrives when user load fluctuates. Without cloud, retailers have to invest in infrastructure capacity that is congruent to peak demand, which results in wastage, results in inefficiencies when usage shrinks. In the meanwhile, brick and mortar showrooms were also witnessing an infusion of digitization triggered by computer vision and machine learning. Retail edge technology matured and advanced. It could track shopper footfalls and dwell times across store aisles. It could use eyeball tracking technology to measure a customer's interest in a product or an offer. Deep learning models could discern buyer behavior. Digital signage boards could decide what advertisements to display based on the demographic and the facial expression of the shopper standing within range. So AI, this arrived at the forefront as a lever to increase in-store conversion rates. Now, e-commerce expanded retail reach, but it also created oligopolies where a few large corporates captured large chunks of market share by attracting millions of buyers and sellers to their marketplace. Now, the motivation of Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, is to end Indian consumer dependencies on large e-commerce platforms. And it does this by unbundling buyer and seller acquisition, by bringing in interoperability, the way that UPI revolutionized Indian banking. ONDC will expand online retail penetration, which is still low in India. It will herald explosive growth as more and more apps enable their platforms with ONDC. More recently, the retail industry is turning to the metaverse to create a real buying experience with virtual showrooms. Now, with metaverse, a retail store can extend itself outside of its real estate. It can offer a consistent experience within and beyond its four walls. A shopper can move across store sections and navigate aisles in a spatial manner, through a gesture-enabled user interface. Now, augmented reality will add the perception of depth to the to the store landscape. Now, shoppers in the metaverse, they can interact with dedicated digital shopping assistants. In short, they will get an experience that is even more immersive and more intuitive than in-store shopping. And future e-commerce with Web3 in the metaverse, that will unlock even newer avenues by decentralizing transactions. Now, Kyndryl has a focus on helping the retail industry. We count some of the world's biggest retailers among our clientele. Many large retailers in India are our customers. We have a practice dedicated to edge computing, and this includes the retail edge. And we scale through our global partnerships and alliances in retail tech. So to summarize, the retail industry has witnessed a decade-long disruption that has changed the way that consumers shop and merchants sell. And this transformation has been multifaceted across online e-commerce, showroom experience, hyper-personalization, store operations, shopper empowerment, and privacy protection. And the future of retail? Promises to be even more fascinating. Thank you for listening.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious innovators in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners to help their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop creating progress.
We are privileged to partner with Government of Karnataka's flagship event, the 25th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit, where Kyndryl is the principal partner at the event. My name is Mahima Trivedi. I am the Global Consulting and Implementation Leader for Core Enterprise and Z Cloud practice in Kyndryl Consult. Today, I will be speaking why mainframe is at the center of cloud transformation strategy, and secondly, how Kyndryl is supporting enterprise transformation to help customers drive business outcomes. I started my career as a mainframe technician, working on mainframe technology positions in global firms, specializing in consulting and product development. As the technology leader, I am an active supporter of Women in Technology initiative. Today's enterprise demands extreme availability, high resiliency, and unmatched performance. Mainframe continues to be a critical component of the global economy, not because of incumbency, but because of the value that platform provides. The benefits of mainframe enabled with DevOps and SRE transformation can be integrated with operations on other platforms, providing that the mainframe does not need to be an island in your enterprise IT ocean. Mainframe is at the center of a successful enterprise transformation and cloud strategy, and is capable of more than other platforms can do, and at a comparable or lower cost. Some of the key challenges customers today facing are the talents or the skill shortage, cost of the infrastructure, and that the mainframe transformation strategy is not part of their enterprise transformation journey. Kyndryl can help drive increased value with mainframe at the core of their cloud transformation. We can provide workforce transformation, shared infrastructure model to reduce hardware currency. We can support with the transformation journey through end-to-end assessments for enterprise-wide transformation with mainframe as the core of business. Strategic alliances they can help support customers move to right platform for their workloads. Kyndryl recognizes the mainframe transformation as a key requirement for our customers. Kyndryl has forged key strategic partnerships and is making commitments to innovation for customers with the launch of Kyndryl Consult. With Kyndryl Consult, we are bringing together the world-class capabilities of our ecosystem partners to deliver the strategy, design, and technology services customers seek, all while creating a continuous culture of transformation. We support customers on their mainframe transformation journey with all three dispositions. First is Modernize On, which is to help transform applications on the mainframe by implementing and exploiting most modern features available on the platform. Mainframe supports DevOps practices, REST APIs, integration with cloud platforms, containerization, and development support for all major new languages, all while keeping the infrastructure cost down. Second is integrate with to modernize applications on the mainframe and integrate them with the re-platform or existing applications hosted on public clouds. We have recently launched data pipe capability with Microsoft. When integrated with other platforms, mainframe is often the right platform for their applications as part of the robust enterprise transformation strategy. The third disposition is move off, which is to entirely move an application from the mainframe, various approaches, and host them on the public cloud. Kyndryl's the right platform for their right platform to enable their transformation journey. Thank you.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious innovators in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners. to help their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop creating progress.
I'm Naveen Kamath, and I lead up the data and AI solutions for Kyndryl, working with our clients globally. Analytics and their role in any digital transformation cannot be understated. Newer applications and digital transformation imperatives are proliferating the enterprise. Whether it is improving experience, credit risk profiling, dynamic pricing in businesses where the inventory is limited, reducing unplanned maintenance in decarbonizing supply chains as part of sustainability agenda. Fundamentally, we are looking at having the right data foundation and infusing AI into the enterprise business processes. However, this is easier said than done because we see organizations having multiple data silos, petabytes of data distributed across disparate data platforms. Call it the embarrassment of riches, right? Data streaming in from multiple edge locations, spaghetti of data pipelines, and hundreds of different ML models deployed. Huge amount of time is lost on getting to the most recent version of truth, establishing lineage, fixing data quality issues. This challenge is further compounded by the fact that the best-in-class data engineering skills combined with domain expertise are very scarce. From our observation, working with various clients and managing complex environments, we believe there are a few super catalysts to accelerate the time to insight for organizations to gain business agility and unlock value from data. First off, it's important to have the right data architecture or a data fabric of sorts, where you can respect data gravity and yet unclog your data pathways and make data flows possible from across various distributed data sources that are traditional on-prem or on the cloud to the point of consumption. Enterprises struggle to get to a consolidated view of platform and pipeline health, provide necessary data governance, and at the same time provide data consumers with secure and curated feature stores and data products. This can be made possible by having a data ops layer that gleans all of the business, technical, and operational metadata from the data being managed. Once you have an aggregation of all of the metadata, it becomes possible to not only manage data operations seamlessly, but also to bring in a level of observability, predictability, and automation to the data lifecycle operations. The key principle here is to achieve this level of choreography with some simple abstraction and not having to deploy 10 different tools so you do not end up in another land of broken toys downstream. Secondly, having a MLOps solution framework for monitoring and managing the enterprise AI models that are in production becomes critically important. For most ML models in production, there is no view of whether the AI models are continuing to deliver consistent results or outcomes for the business. Apart from monitoring for model decay, A/B testing, and the need for model retraining, MLOps can help with establishing lineage, explainability, and detecting bias, all of which are extremely critical towards ensuring trust in decision automation and decision support systems. In many industry verticals, this is becoming an essential regulatory requirement. MLOps can extend into integration of AI ML based insights with your regular business workflows. And then finally, and most important, data and AI FinOps provides a solution framework to monitor spends, resource consumption, redundancy in data pipelines, resource intensive queries, and the ability to map their spends to business outcomes. It is very common to encounter runaway costs after migrating to the cloud platforms, given that the cloud PaaS consumption can sometimes overshoot the original estimates, besides running into previously unplanned costs for egress or ingress of data. With a fit-for-purpose FinOps framework, you can monitor end-to-end lifecycle processing costs, set thresholds, and an alert mechanism to trigger preventive actions when resource consumption thresholds are breached or anomalies detected. Simply put, FinOps begins to address what are we paying for? Business insight isn't about restating something that's obvious. It's a leap in understanding. A good insight can reframe your business model and change your conviction about what really matters to the business. Backed by these powerful solutions, you can unleash the value from data that your enterprise holds sustainably and at scale. Business data workers can then focus on breakthrough insights. The agility and simplification that these solutions help you get to a self-service and driverless data consumption roadmap. With that, I'd like to conclude, and I'm very glad and I look forward to partnering with you in your transformation journey. Thank you.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. It's standing up for what you believe in, being committed, putting your whole heart in. When you are pro something, that something means everything to you. At Kyndryl, we stand up for progress, for our customers, for their customers. We are pro transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform and secure the vital technology systems your customers depend on every day. Using the power of data and AI to improve the workplace, giving your employees the tools to make work feel less like work. Modernizing and managing your systems with intelligent IT practices, wherever they are, on-prem, in the cloud, or at the edge. We are pro-curiosity. Our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-create ideas that help you drive your business forward. We are pro-planet, creating sustainable solutions, and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. That's progress, the kind of progress that we stand up for every day. Restless, empathetic, and devoted. The Kyndryl way. Because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Welcome to the Bangalore Tech Summit, Asia's largest tech event. Kyndryl is proud to be associated with this tech event, which is a springboard for startups and enterprises alike to showcase their disruptive technologies and path-breaking solutions. Hi, I'm Vandana Jindal. I'm the Program Director in Digital Workplace Services at Kyndryl, and I'm here to talk to you about transforming workplace experience for your employees in the hybrid world. Past few years has fundamentally and permanently changed the world of work. Most of the employees are either working remotely or coming to work only once or twice a week. Now more than ever, employers need to focus on bringing in tools and technologies that will allow employees to work from anywhere, anytime, and on any device and be productive at the same time. The digital workplace has transformed into an omni-channel environment which needs to be seamless, provide an improved employee experience with personalized support, and at the same time allow them to collaborate and focus on organizational culture. Employees are heart and center of the hybrid world. Motivated and happy employees dramatically outperform the employees who are disengaged. 85% of the executives agree that higher or improved employee experience results into an improved customer experience because higher customer satisfaction comes from happy employees, and that has a direct impact on their bottom line. Also, if employees are happy and motivated, they are more likely to stay with an organization. And they will be happy if they get the right IT support at the right time, when they need it, how they need it. So IT support is key to their happiness. IT support is the biggest challenge in the hybrid world. Support needs to be through the right channel at the right time and cater to the persona and the device of the employee. So basically, we can improve the employee experience if we provide them the collaboration tools that allow them to work from anywhere and contribute in an equitable manner. And we should give them the virtual agents for support, which they can use for self-help and be available 24/7. Contact cloud centers can be provided so that the support agents can work from virtually anywhere in the world and provide personalized support. Then digital experience management systems are needed so that the support can be proactive. It can be provided before the actual issue occurs. And when the issue occurs, that time we fix it fast and the very first time. And finally, it needs to be measured. The employee experience needs to be constantly measured and optimized. So for that, we need to have management system. No IT organization can stand still in this hybrid world. The organizations need to continuously optimize their systems and IT estate and using AI capabilities and automations so that they can manage their IT estate, but at the same time provide a good employee experience. Within Kyndryl also, we are doing the same. We are collaborating and co-creating with our CIO teams to develop and modernize our digital workplace. We are creating an employee self-service dashboard based on Microsoft technology, our latest alliance partner, through which we have got access to tools like SharePoint, Viva, Power VA, Power Platform, and Power Automate. And we are creating one-stop shop, one single interface where the employees can go for all their needs, be it support or collaboration. HR support, IT support, device management, all of their alerts or access to their business applications and virtual agent, all will be in a single interface. And also it will be personalized, provide predictive recommendation, and focus on their wellness through Viva Insights. This is our vision for our customers, and we are doing it first for our own employees. We are leveraging DWS tools and technologies that are commercially available, and any other gaps we are co-creating with our CIO teams. We can co-create with our customers to modernize digital workplace and deliver an exceptional workplace experience to their employees and their end users. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have a great learning experience at this event. Thank you.
Curiosity is the core of innovation. It sparks the most vital need inside each of us, the need to progress. But it's only when curiosity meets intention that progress is made. Some of the most curious innovators in the world become Kyndryls. And to be a Kyndryl means co-creating solutions with our customers and partners to help their business reach peak digital performance. Because one thing is certain, once you stand up for something, you can't stop creating progress.
Welcome to Bengaluru Tech Summit. As a principal partner, Kyndryl is honored to join hands with Government of Karnataka's Pride event, the 25th edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. My name is Saket Verma, and I lead the cybersecurity practice for Kyndryl India. Today, we are going to talk about cybersecurity, inside out and outside in. This topic has been going the rounds both in academia, conferences, as well as the industrial discussions that we have. One of the best ways to address the concept of our inside out and outside insecurity is the zero trust framework. Which brings us to the very primary question, what is zero trust? Zero trust, in its essence, is a philosophy, a way of thinking, and above all, a systemic approach towards designing our cybersecurity systems. It contrasts with the traditional approach in the sense it does not take a siloed view of the cybersecurity controls, but takes an integrated enterprise-wide approach towards cybersecurity. As the name suggests, every potential cybersecurity threat or a weakness is perceived as giving way to a breach or an intrusion. So we need to harden and fortify every possible weakness in the enterprise cybersecurity defenses. How do we do that? Why is this zero trust framework center stage? So there are a few forces working at a certain point of time in today's environment, which is making it a perfect storm to talk about zero trust. And these are the forces of digitization. It is followed by the hacker sophistication and the hacker motivations, which are very different today than what they were 3 years back. It is also the force of globalization, which had been unleashed around 2 decades back, also compounded by the technology that we have on the cybersecurity side, because most of the cybersecurity solutions, most of the cybersecurity processes were built from a silo perspective. They were largely a band-aid solution, trying to harden a particular part of the organizational. So we did not have, as I said before, a 360-degree enterprise-wide integrated view towards cybersecurity. And that is what, at the architecture level, zero trust is going to address. So how do we address zero trust from an execution perspective? At the end of the day, it is an architectural framework where the identity, where the endpoint is trying to have the data, trying to get the data from application, from a database, from information from our ERP systems, which might be residing in on-prem server or a cloud environment or on legacy systems, whereas the identity and the device might itself be residing in a manufacturing IoT environment, or the identity might be in a car, in an office. So it is an anywhere to anywhere request. And the intermediation of such requests, the way we do it defines the zero trust architecture. So the decision point, and the decision algorithm is what defines how do you intermediate between the two. So the subject, which is the device and the identity, will be interacting with the application workload, with the data, with the network, residing in various kind of infrastructure environments through a decision point and a decision process, which are constantly getting revalidated and validated in a very agile manner, taking their own connections and their own inputs from various other sources of cybersecurity controls. This, in our overall picture, the overall picture is the cybersecurity, very high level architecture at a conceptual level. But deploying such architectures is not easy. It requires a phased approach. It requires prioritization. It requires scaling. And that is where Kyndryl, using its methodology, which is a time-tested worldwide methodology for the enterprise clients, we have been able to do across various industries. Thanks for taking your time. Have a good day.
Hi, I'm Akash. I am CEO and co-founder of Cashfree Payments, and we are proud to associate with Bangalore Tech Summit. Bangalore Tech Summit is happening between 16th to 18th November, right? And we have a very good lineup of speakers, conferences, and exhibitions. So if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, then don't miss an opportunity to miss this kind of great event. So be part of it, and we'll see you there.
Hello and welcome to PITSTOP at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today I am with someone who has built a business of a new asset class. It is the largest crypto investing application that is trusted by over 18 million users. And speaking of him, he has won many hackathons, who is an innovator, a disruptor. And here we have Mr. Ashish Singhal from CoinSwitch. Welcome and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for inviting me. Thanks.
All right. So we say that your company is always on the mission to make money equal for all, right? So how and when did this idea actually start? How did this come up? And I'm sure your journey from Meerut all the way to Marthali here in Bengaluru has definitely been super exciting.
Yes.
So how did you actually validate and pursue this idea of yours?
Sure. So let me tell you a story on how this originated, making money equal for all.
Right.
We all come from middle class families, always struggled in life, right? And our parents worked hard day in, day out to even pay for our school fees, to pay for our college fees, to have that extra milk at that house every day, right? But the opportunities that my parents had, by when we were growing up, was only to earn more by working hard every single day, right? The opportunities to growing the money that they had, they didn't had those opportunities, while the HNIs in India may have those opportunities. So there is a disparity with the middle class, and while HNIs already have those opportunities in growing their money. The idea was, can we bring those opportunities to everyone in India equally, right? And crypto stands for those ethos as well. So crypto is the first asset class we started with, which we wanted to simplify and get access to crypto to everyone in India. And the idea going forward is to add more asset class, give the opportunities to Indians to invest not just in crypto, but in mutual funds, stocks, US stocks, and make easier decisions. Get all the opportunities that HNIs has today. Those same opportunities should be available to everyone in India through CoinSwitch. And that's where making money equal for all comes from.
Oh, that's amazing. And what is this journey from Meerut to Marthali that has got you? It must be a very exciting story.
It is. So it's an exciting journey. I was always fascinated by tech products. Steve Jobs is one of the person that I've always looked up to. I know it's a cliche now, creating the dent in the universe, but I think that line always resonated with me.
Correct.
When I used Google for the very first time in my life, I was just amazed. How could just a simple search bar, typing anything that you want to know about, get you all the information that you need? And that was the point that I always thought that I will create something of my own.
Oh, wow.
Like Google, maybe as big as Google or even bigger someday, and create that dent in the universe. And my journey to Meerut to Marthali has been an amazing journey on this path itself. Today, we are changing the way people invest. The idea is, can we change, provide these opportunities across India, change the way people invest their money, grow their money, and create that dent in the Indian financial ecosystem.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay. So was crypto always the idea, or is it something led you here?
I think being an engineer, being an introvert, I never, wanted or never liked dealing with people so much, rather dealing with code. Because for me, code is reality. What code says, it will do. Reading the Bitcoin white paper kind of gave us that opportunity of a new world where code can do a lot of things, be open, and as a user, I will always be treated fairly. Right? So today, if in a bank, a Mark goes or I go, we may be treated very differently, although the rules should apply equally to both of us.
Right.
The idea is, how do we provide the equal opportunity to every individual in India? And blockchain and crypto was the way to solve for that.
Okay.
And that's what attracted us toward the crypto ecosystem.
The crypto. Okay, wonderful. All right. Now, speaking of CoinSwitch, how important do you think having a co-founder is? Do you think it's required or necessary to have the co-founders from diverse backgrounds so that they can complement each other's skill? What's your take on that?
I think definitely diversity is required, but I also feel that knowing each other in and out, it's a journey, it's a life journey that you're taking. So Govind and Vimal and I have been friends for over 15 years. We met on first day of our college journey. So we know in and out of each other. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses. And entrepreneurship journey is very hard. In that time, sometimes you fail. Sometimes you need someone to say everything's going to be okay. Give you that motivation once again. Tell you why you started and continue to push, right? Having people around you who knows what you go through, who knows you in and out, help you guide in that journey, in the right path, right? And that's why having co-founders definitely help. Because journey is not easy.
Right.
Choosing a co-founder is like choosing a life partner in a way, in many ways.
Right.
Getting the right co-founder can, make or break your company. Right? So I would say it's extremely important to have amazing co-founders.
Right. And I'm sure you guys make a great team, and that's the reason of the success we're standing with CoinSwitch today. All right. So for a startup, what do you think in the initial times? Do you think the profitability of the company is important, or do you think the valuation is what should matter more?
Sure. So I'll give you our example. I, to be honest, don't know the right answer. The answer may vary from different people.
Right.
But who we are so I come from a Banya family. The only way you know what a business is if you're not making money, then you're probably not solving good enough problem. Right? So our measure of our product was that are users willing to pay for it? It was not about profitability, valuation, or anything. It was about, are we solving the right
problems?
How do we know we are solving the right problem? We can solve a problem, discount it, and people may adopt it. We build a better product and ask user to pay for it. And if they pay for it, we know we are on the right track.
Right.
So getting to profitability was a pseudo metric which can help us do product market fit. And that's what we did. In the first 10 days of our company forming, we got funded by Sequoia, but we never touched Sequoia's money until we reached profitability. Making sure that we have the product that we want to market, that we want to, take to the next level. And that measure of success was profitability for us.
Okay, that's wonderful. So this is one advice you would want to give the new startups that is coming up.
Yes. So again, like profitability versus VC changes with what use case you are solving, what situation you are in. How I have learned to solve this problem or figure out what matters more is that is your product good enough that your users will pay for it. Don't discount your product. If you know you have solved a problem well enough, charge for it. And see how many users are willing to pay for it. And that's a pseudo trick to reach to product market.
Okay. And we have close to or over 18 million users with CoinSwitch today as a result of the same. Right. So moving on, how do you think the young India is accepting crypto?
I think young India is accepting crypto exceptionally well. And let me tell you why. Right. Crypto is a new asset class.
Right.
It's probably the internet in the making, the next internet in the making.
True.
And a lot of the Gen Z population have grown up on the internet.
Very
They've used Twitter, Facebook more than, all the time. Right? And the information asymmetry that used to exist, that you say would be 5 to 7 years ahead of us with the information, data, knowledge, it's not there anymore. Now we have the same information, knowledge that the West has. Right. And young generation today understands what crypto can bring to the ecosystem. And that is why they are investing into the crypto market. They do understand that it is a risk. It is like investing in probably Google in 90s, or maybe it may fail as well. Right. So they understand the risk with crypto that comes with it, but they also confident that this could build the new internet and they want to be part of that ecosystem.
Okay.
So that is why the acceptance of the new young generation into crypto is very, very high.
All right. So what are the regulatory challenges today in this form of training?
So crypto overall is unregulated in India.
Yeah.
And that brings a lot of challenges.
Very true.
Every crypto company is self-regulated, doing their own, KYC checks, ensuring user protection. But there has to be a broader mandate which should come from the government itself on how each crypto company should be regulated, how different use case should be regulated. So there are no anomalies across companies, and user protection is treated at the highest level. So we have a long way to go there, hoping that the crypto will be one of the key topics in the G20 presidency, which is coming to India next year. We are hoping some clarity to come in the crypto space.
Okay. All right. So moving on, in the future, so back few years, if we're going back few years, people used to mostly invest, let it be the savings bank or they put an FD, and people are now slowly moving to stocks. Do you think, the
saying work smart, don't work hard?
Very true.
So I disagree
really?
with that. So what we believe is that when smart people work harder, that's where the
combination of both.
Yes, and that's where the game changes, right?
Okay.
So we are a bunch of smart people, but working really, really hard. In solving, the investment problem for India.
Okay.
We are a hardworking bunch, but we enjoy a lot. We party a lot as well. We take breaks because we understand taking breaks are very, very critical.
Correct.
And we all come from similar backgrounds, understanding the need of solving this problem. Like I talked about my background of, struggling with money, right? A lot of us come from similar backgrounds.
Correct.
Attaching to the goal that why solving this is so important gives us energy every single day to solve for it.
Okay.
So what I will say is that we are smart folks working very hard and passionately in making investment simple, right? And that's what the culture represents as well.
That's wonderful. On that note, I think I must ask you, something a little keeping coin switch aside. Let me ask you, how is Ashish Singhal as a student? Were you like a first bencher, last bencher? Was there like a mischief side to you? How is it?
I was always the first bencher. So I was that Sharma ji ka ladka that people talked about. I would want to be first in class, first in school, and first in merit in anything that I do in curriculars. I love participating in competitions. So I've won like every major hackathon in India. Growing up, like every Olympiad, I would have won. So I was very studious. You would not find me on a basketball field, or you would find me in library most of the times.
Right. No, that's a very interesting thing, because usually I hear, do you think it's important? Does grades actually matter? I think for a successful career, for a successful career.
It may not matter at all, to be honest. And to be honest, like in 10th and 12th, where the external studies, the pressure happens, some people crumble, and I was one of them. I was very good in studies, but somehow I crumbled at that pressure. It didn't mean that I couldn't be here or I couldn't build something amazing. But what it did was it built character. It showed me the value of hard work very early in my life, and showed me that you can still learn and apply those principles practically and actually achieve something much bigger.
Okay.
So it's not about grades. I think it's about that character building.
Okay. So the ups and downs also had enough amount of learning that brought in. All right. So apart from that, apart from coin switch and crypto, what are your other interests, your hobbies in general?
So I love to hack things still. So like if I find a problem, I would love to solve it. In my weekdays, in my free time, I'm working on tinkering with some product, working on creating something, solving some problem for myself that I'm facing in my life. And I'm working on few projects now as well.
But in terms of hobbies, I'm asking, leaving.
These are my hobbies. Solving problem is what I love.
So I think you're in the right space.
I am in the right space. Like very early in my life, I knew that
this is what
I wanted to do.
That's wonderful.
Right?
That's wonderful.
My father would always say that, create value for yourself. And if you're smart, figure out a way. And the idea was that keep on solving problems. And one day you will figure out that this problem needs to be solved for millions of people. And then you will go ahead and do it.
I'm sure your parents must be, super proud of what you have achieved today. All right, so now that you're very famous, and has life changed in some way? Because unicorns are the thing of today. So has anything changed in
I
your
think
life?
yes and no at the same time. Obviously, now I have a big team. The decisions that we take impact millions of users
Very
now.
true.
So we have to be extra bit cautious in taking those decisions. But life in a way has always remained same in solving the problem.
Okay.
In trying to.
That's the key.
That's the key.
That's the
right.
key. Okay.
And that I still feel that I'm still the same guy trying to solve that problem every single day. Now with an amazing team behind me as well.
Oh, that's lovely. All right. So what's your mantra to growth hacking?
I don't believe in growth hacking.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe in working hard.
Okay.
Growth hacking gives you a perspective that there is a switch. If you flip it, today you are nothing, tomorrow you are everything.
Very true.
I don't believe in that perspective. I believe that you have to work continuously, work hard every single day, move the needle bit by bit. And one day that success will come to you. There is no hack that you can apply in between.
There's no shortcut
to success. You actually have to solve the problem to actually get to success. And the journey is hard. You have to work hard every single day, take all the challenges that come your way and solve for them to achieve something much bigger.
Wonderful. All right. So how do you actually look at failures? There would have been many ups and downs throughout your journey. So how do you actually face it, or how do you look at failures?
Yeah. So we embrace failures at CoinSwitch, right? So every quarter, if you haven't failed, you probably haven't tried enough. Right?
Okay.
So failure are the measure for us to know whether we are pushing the boundaries enough or not.
Okay.
A successful team is praised all across always.
Of course.
But a team which has failed and figured out new ways to succeed is what we are building, and what we
that's a learning there.
That's a learning there, right? And a lot of people can remain in their boundaries, can keep on succeeding, but may not reach the heights of their talent. The idea is that if you are not failing, then probably you're not learning. And if you're not learning, you're not pushing hard enough.
You're not growing.
You're not growing, right? So the idea is to continuously grow, push the boundaries, and see, can we achieve something much bigger together? Right?
Okay, that's wonderful. All right. So moving on, we are celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th year. We're still celebrating it. So our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years, which is the 2047. And he's also called the next upcoming 10 years, the decade, because the technology will be driving us to a better future. So where do you see our country 10 years down the lane from your perspective? Also tell me how and where do you see CoinSwitch? 10 years, and how do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself in the upcoming 10 years?
Sure. So coming to the country, right? Crypto, blockchain are creating the new internet. Let me tell you a story. 15 years ago, if you were to start a company online, you would probably order servers online, set up in your house. Take probably 2 months to connect to the internet and be online.
Right.
Amazon came along, said, "Oh, I have the infrastructure. Why don't you host on me? And you could be online in a day itself."
Okay.
But what we ended up losing in that battle was that we became a services hub.
Okay.
We never built those infrastructures. Those infrastructures are remained with Google's, Microsoft, and Amazon's of the world, which we rely on to be online, to build companies. Today with Web3, that is what is changing. It is creating a new internet, creating a new infrastructure, which now India can build. And everywhere in the world would use that infrastructure to use the internet, right? So from the services to products to now infrastructure is what we are moving. And I believe in the next 10 years, India would be the leaders in that infrastructure. Would be creating that new internet, would be building the next Google, Microsoft, Amazons of the world on blockchain with crypto.
Wow, that's like a huge vision we have for India. Now let's come to CoinSwitch. Where do you see CoinSwitch? Do you have any global expansion plans, or what are your plans for CoinSwitch?
So the plan is to solve the problem, like I said. One indicator that we have to solve the problem well enough is that we would be in the next 10 years one of the biggest public fintech companies in India, right? So that's my benchmark to reach.
Okay, that's where we want to reach.
Yes.
And what about you? What about Ashish Singhal? Where do you see yourself 10 years down the lane?
I think again, being a problem solver, this problem has been there all my life. And if I have solved it well enough, if I have democratized finance in a way that people not only think about earning more, also think about growing their money in India, and that becomes like a second habit.
Right.
When you go probably in a street, ask someone that, oh, are you investing? And he says, yes, I do SIP on CoinSwitch. Is the day I feel that I've done my job, and I feel that I'm happy.
That's where you want to see yourself. Yes. Wonderful. All right. So you're that person who has come to Bangalore from Meerut, isn't it?
Yes.
So what do you think makes Bangalore is the hub?
Yes.
Like we have all the startups, the unicorn businesses, everything here in Bangalore. What do you think personally that makes Bangalore that place?
I think two things in particular is what makes Bangalore Bangalore. Every startup is creating something new and unique. The idea could be really amazing, but if there is nobody to try that idea, the idea would fail.
Right.
So the people of Bangalore are very open, would try out any service,
anything,
and give you honest feedback. And I think that is the culture, that is the rock bed on which a startup is formed, where you can find your early adopters. And I think Bangalore is that place where people are very open to new ideas, trying out new ideas and giving you feedback. Right. So that is step one. Step two is obviously having an amazing framework built around us, where we don't have to solve the problems like a new entrepreneur.
Right.
Where people who have come before us have already solved a lot of problems for us. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time.
Right.
And a lot of problems are solved for us already. Right. And that's where Bangalore obviously takes the cake. Right. A lot of amazing entrepreneurs have already built one of the biggest, India's biggest companies from Bangalore. And that infrastructure exists. Right. And obviously with the support of the government, we have a lot of policies which support startups. Right?
Very much.
I think a combination of all of this is what makes Bangalore Bangalore. It's what makes Bangalore
the place.
The place, right? It's not the next Silicon Valley. It is the the startup hub of India.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ashish. It was a great conversation with you.
India is vast and mystical. The strength that India possesses today is inherited through its rich culture of traditions, art and knowledge passed on silently from one century to the next, from one dynasty to another. The Kadambas, Gangas, Chalukyas, Hoysalas, the Rayas of Vijayanagara and the Vadayas of Mysore symbolize the glory of Karnataka, all protected by the divine power of Gandaberunda, the two-headed bird. Gandaberunda is not just the mystical bird, it's the ethos of Karnataka. It's the symbol and an insignia that protects, guides and steers the state of Karnataka and its people even today and into tomorrow. At the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit, the saga continues and we unfold yet another fascinating tale of the future, crafted by the visionaries and the young minds. Presenting tech for the next gen.
Pro isn't just half of the word progress. It's how progress begins. It's standing up for what you believe in, being committed, putting your whole heart in. When you are pro something, that something means everything to you. At Kyndryl, we stand up for progress, for our customers, for their customers. We are pro transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform and secure the vital technology systems your customers depend on every day. Using the power of data and AI to improve the workplace. Giving your employees the tools to make work feel less like work. Modernizing and managing your systems with intelligent IT practices. Wherever they are, on-prem, in the cloud, or at the edge. We are pro curiosity. Our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas that help you drive your business forward. We are pro-planet, creating sustainable solutions, and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. That's progress. The kind of progress that we stand up for every day. Restless, empathetic, and devoted. The Kyndryl way, because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Welcome to PITSTOP. We have with us today Mabel Chaco, serial entrepreneur and co-founder of Open. We'll hear today Mabel's overall journey, and we will also look at how Mabel is actually driving the next era of fintech in this country. Mabel, thank you for coming into PITSTOP of Bangalore Tech Summit. This is an iconic moment for Bengaluru. It is the 25th year of Bangalore Tech Summit, and thank you for being part of this pit stop interview today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me around
Yeah.
for this.
So, Mabel, I think you are in the most important era of the fintech industry, the banking industry in this country. And it is one of the most subsegments that have come up in the last few years. How do you see neo-banking, the new industry that is proliferating in this country? And we have a very large audience that is looking at this interview today. Can you throw light on the basics of neo-banking and how it is actually proliferating in this country?
Right. So neobanking essentially means you are building a solution on top of the banking layer, where bank owns the license, owns the fund, and we are acting as a tool, a technology layer on top of the banking layer. This can be used for different use cases. Open does it for solving problems faced by small business owners in managing their finances. New banking, we were practically the first to get into this segment in India in 2017, but it's been something that has been there in the European market and American market for at least a couple of years before that. And coming to global neobanks, India is had a very big problem to solve, right from the tech readiness of the banks to expose APIs for us to build solutions on top of the banking layer, right up to educating the users on what neobanking is and what it can do to change life for their problems that they face. So what we do at Open is we have built, small businesses tend to use multiple tools to manage different operational tasks. They use some tools for accounting, something else for creating invoices and bills, something to keep track and reconcile all payments. What we have done is we've taken all of these tools and built it around the banking layer itself, because bank layer is where the money movement happens. So if you're able to build all of this around the banking layer, you know exactly this payment has gone to this person for purchase of inventory, or this money that has come in was for this particular invoice. If you land up getting that kind of visibility, at least 80 to 90% of the accounting tasks can be automated without having manual intervention. And that drives back a lot of efficiency for the small business owner, because typically small businesses tend to spend 4 to 5 hours a week in just managing these housekeeping tasks that they need to run their business. And we are constructively able to help small business owners save that time, and so that they can reinvest it into growing their business. So that's where our take at neobanking has been. And over the past 5 years or 5.5 years of doing neobanking in India, empowering close to 28 lakh small businesses and solving problems for them, we have been able to somewhere simplify the life of an entrepreneur, um, and helping him put time and money back into growing his business. And that somewhere is the end goal for us as a new banking
That's
platform.
fabulous. One is you are empowering the Indian small and medium enterprises in their complete everyday journey of banking and banking at their fingertips, which is no need to go and visit any of the banks at their physical location. It is completely digital, it is completely online. And second one is everything happens because it is digital, it is online, and you are able to look at non-traditional parameters of whether it is lending or whether it is everyday minimum balance for an entrepreneur, and you are personalizing on an everyday basis. So you are more of a platform, a technology platform, but also you customize experiences based on the need of the small and medium enterprise. That's what you are. That's a fabulous one. And I saw that you are the 100th unicorn of India. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we want to understand from you, people, is about how is it that you are actually uh, uh, in the span of 15 years, I think you have been a serial entrepreneur, and what it takes to build an unicorn, and what it takes to get started. What is the first step, and what is your take for women audience here? And it's a man's world and man's society that we are there, and still fintechs are actually in a 1.4 billion adult country. You're still looking at proliferating opening new accounts, especially when the women's number of accounts the women have in this country is still less. How do you look at from a neo banking perspective this paradigm to change? And second one is, how do you think that India's fintech is going to look uh, in the next few years? There are a lot of regulations that this industry is still waiting for. How do you see this industry actually going forward?
Right. So let me get started with the problem of getting started, and that is a little more gender neutral because both men women face this problem. It is when you decide that it is the right time, it is the right time. There is no other go to deciding when you want to get started with on your journey of an entrepreneurship. Sometimes it is just hoping on the wing of a prayer and just taking that leap. And as entrepreneurs, we tend to second guess ourselves a lot, especially as women founders. That whether am I the right person to do this? What I'm doing, is it right or not? This somewhere stems from the sixth sense that women have, and that kind of works in their favor in most situations. But also, you need to know when to listen to it and when you shouldn't be listening to it, right? Because otherwise, you'll keep going in this loop of second guessing yourself on whether what you're doing is right or whether it is needed. So my tip to women entrepreneurs is that don't be too critical about yourself. You are definitely the right person to do whatever you're doing, and you have everything that is required to rule the world. It's just about how much you believe in yourself to take you on that journey. The other part of this entire thing is, about our conversation is also around finance for women, and how that has been changing. It's been changing for some time now, at least for the past 20 years. But even today, it is somewhere not at the most optimal point that we say, because somewhere the key decision maker goes back to the male in the family or the male in the company, right? And we definitely see things are changing. Things are changing because there are a lot many neo banking platforms also that are coming up that are meant for women, for that are meant to educate women on a lot of these finance tasks and help them go down that journey on making more independent financial decisions. So somewhere neobanking and fintech is changing that. Fintech is also changing the equation of women in the boardroom when it comes to key decision makers, because there are a lot of compared to other industries, at least there are many more women founders in fintech compared to probably in insurance or wealth or any of the other domains that are there. So yeah, fintech is a flex point that is making these changes, not just to the life of small business owners, but also to women entrepreneurs, and they're on creating more women leaders and more empathetical employers. So somewhere it is a big spoke in nation building itself.
Oh, wow. Well, very, very well said. And I think we need more of that woman Shakti that is required to plunge India forward, to take it to the what the Prime Minister calls of the Amrit Kal that is coming in, for us to become a developed nation by 2047. And next 10 years is where I think the disruptive players like you who will make that difference of surging India forward and into this nation building. To that question, actually, where do you see open actually becoming? What will it be? You also are running a neo bank, and you're actually also a platform where other banks, both traditional and private banks, are dependent on you for launching new services, whether it is white labeled or non-white labeled. You are still acting as one of the product platforms to them. Where do you see the game changing for in the near term, and what do you see yourself as in the Indian fintech market?
Right. So Open today is at a stage where there is a part of Open that is a neo-banking solution that solves problems for small business owners, and at the same time we have banking stack, which is an enterprise cloud native digital banking operating system that's helping banks in their entire digital banking journey in launching their own digital banking enterprises, their own digital banking solutions. So this somewhere started acting as the strategy started acting like a flywheel. So it's not just like we were doing two independent strategies itself. The more banks we interacted with for banking stack yielded into more kind of deeper integrations on the open platform, and that itself became strong. That it became something that could be deployed for banks. So there was an entire flywheel that started in for us. And this is what will take us in our next phase of growth, because there is Open, which is the neo-banking solution, the go-to neo-banking solution for small businesses. There is the banking, the entire digital banking journey that we are helping banks to get onto, and also enabling fintech for a lot many fintechs and non-fintechs to launch their own fintech services using our platform. So having that kind of a strategy, which is very different segments itself, is the game plan that sees us over the next decade itself. And building deeper into this, building wider into this, is what I see Open doing for the next 10 years.
I think that I love the fact about what you use the word flywheel, which is the complete 360-degree view of the complete banking that you are trying to take it to the SME segment that you are taking it across. Tell me, as what type of SMEs that you are actually attracting? Like, is it freelancers that you're getting, freelance consultants that you're getting? Is it what type of entrepreneurs can look forward to coming into your platform? And how does your platform actually score vis-a-vis other, say, regular banking platforms that are there? So you can just give us a view of the type of customers who are coming and the advantage that you provide to them.
Right. So when we started out, for a very long time, we were focused at a mid segment of SMEs, which is, say people who have a company that has, say, 10 employees, right? Businesses that have 10 employees or are generating upwards of 75 lakhs in revenues. So that is a segment of SMEs that were the early adopters for a product like Open. But as and when we saw the, post-pandemic more digital transformation of SMEs was happening. So the extreme end of the long tail of SMEs also started adopting a platform like us. So even if it is a solo entrepreneur or a freelancer or even a yoga trainer who was otherwise in the pandemic, before the pandemic, was able to train only people in Indiranagar, is now able to suddenly train people who are sitting in Delhi, in US.
Yes.
And then there's suddenly they're earning money, and now this is becoming more serious business than just a hobby business or a pastime that they were following. So because of that, even they started adopting platforms like Open to manage all their business finance tasks. So we've seen a lot of these, different kinds of businesses coming and using the platform. A lot of interesting, a lot of fintechs and non-fintechs also wanted to embed financial services into their product, because either it was helping them to engage better with the users, or it was helping them drive another form of revenue, another stream of revenue, or it was helping them have more control over the customer experience. So embedded finance is something that has started out as a flavor right now, and this is going to go on as the next wave of fintech itself. It's going to take fintech to the next stages where anyone and everyone will become a fintech, and there would be platforms like us who would be enablers for anyone to launch financial services or embed financial services or fintech into their product or service. And the next stage for Open is to understand, now that we have 28, 30 lakh small businesses who are there on the platform, what we are now focusing on is to understand what each of these segments require, go down deep into these businesses and their use cases, and try and understand what does a seller on a marketplace require for growing his business, what does a manufacturing unit in a tier 2 city require to grow the business to the next level, and try to provide those growth enablers, be it in the form of short term loans or revenue based finance, to help these small businesses reach to the next level itself. So that's going to be the next phase of growth for Open.
Oh, I love the fact about what you just talked about, embedded finance, right? Which means at a society level, for example, that based on the typical society's need, I'm talking about an apartment actually, right? That apartment society's need, you can actually customize their banking requirement, and that is what actually is the promise, and that is what you're actually providing today to the 28 lakh SMEs who are onboarded with Open today.
Yes.
Right?
And the use cases become more and more interesting with more kind of platforms that we interact with. So an apartment management society, platform wanting to launch, say, accounts for societies to manage their maintenance payments, or for dating apps wanting to launch couple savings account, or co-living startups who want to launch flatmates sharing accounts, shared accounts for flatmates, uh, to drive more engagement on their platform, or to earn more revenues for that matter, or even not just the tech players but also the non-tech variants, the mom and pop stores who want to launch their own branded, FMCG retailers who want to launch their own branded buy now pay later or card solutions in their own brand, to something like even schools who want to launch savings account for their students because it will help them solve the problem of reconciling fee collection. So we've seen such myriad use cases, and it's just left to our imagination what embedded finance can do for this country.
So which means like you are one platform that is capable of not just looking across the entire, say, thing of what you give of a super app, plus also you can go to the shop floor level, the last kirana of the country, and still customize it right from a super app to the smallest thing that you can give for a kirana shop.
Yes.
Is the promise with which you can scale up and scale down
Right.
the features of customized banking. I
Right.
think you are in the next generation of neo banking itself.
Very true. In fact, actually, some of the things that we work on is just to know, what a user particular user. If it's a freelancer, then what is it that they want to see on our interface? Because not everything is relevant to them, and built to those use cases that each of these businesses require.
Fabulous. And how easy is it, this platform, to leverage and use? I must know coding, I must know like you're talking of societies actually often hire people.
It depends on your tech prowess. So if you have a bunch of who are working, who are moonlighting and living in your apartment society, then probably you can use the APIs and the whole thing on your own. If you don't have the tech prowess or the time for doing that, you could just drag and drop things and get it going, or create a microsite where you will be able to collect all of these information together. Or you can even as simple as select what you want to see on your interface, what your student should see on your website, and then copy paste that code onto your code. So it can be absolutely no code to low code to deep tech APIs that we would be able to expose. It's up to you which one you want to consume.
Wow, this is amazing, and this is one of the best disruptions I think you can see, and this is exactly what I think is required for Atmanirbhar Bharat to be looking at the next stage of proliferating India to the next growth that we are talking, and SMEs are the key to actually make this happen in this country. I think we will change tracks now and more about how do you actually look at co-founders. You have been a serial entrepreneur and you are with various founders in this journey for various entrepreneurs that you have actually evaluated and looked at it. And there are a lot of budding entrepreneurs here on this platform today. How do you actually look at co-founders that you look at, and are co-founders necessary? Is it that's one of the biggest questions that keep coming is it really necessary for me to have a co-founder? And what is it that what is your take on it?
I often get asked this question, so it's something that I have heard before. Yes, I feel that having a co-founder is a great thing, and I also believe that is merrier, because running a being an entrepreneur can be really, really tough. And if you have someone to share that load with you, or share your frustrations, or find a common goal and start working towards it, you don't have to carry all the load all together. Having someone to share that entire thing with you is an amazing experience. Obviously, yeah, you need to find what works for you. The co-founder has to be someone who understands your style. Doesn't have to be someone like you. I would not say go find another yourself out there, but at the same time, should be different from who you are, because then you can build different parts of of building your company or building your business. It who has a lot of respect in taking capabilities, and same way reciprocate with their decisions as well, and know that it's always taken in the larger interest of common good of the company, right? And that will keep a lot of issues out of your way, and it'll be good to have a healthy with your co-founder. But yeah, absolutely do have a co-founder. It's an amazing journey to do it together.
And what happens when co-founders are within the family?
Oh God, that is another. That's go down that route only if you're okay to spend every waking hour just discussing your startup. I have done that. So me and Anish, we were co-founders for at least 2 startups, and then we decided to get married. And then it was like, okay, now every time you're awake, you're just talking about your startup. You're just thinking about how to grow this. Ajish also joined our journey, as Ajish is
That's your
Anish's brother.
Yeah.
So he also joined us after his college as a technical co-founder. So that solved a lot of problems for us in terms of building a tech team, because till then, it was a struggle for me and Anish to do it ourselves. But Ajish took on the reins, and he started building his own team and growing. Today, Open has around 300 engineers, right? And he sits as the CTO, managing all of them. So it's an amazing journey to have co-founders within your family. I would say do it with caution. Only willing to put of your being into doing 100% of only talking on tables and even in your bedrooms. If you're fine with that, then great. It's an amazing experience. But even apart from that, having a co-founder, even in Dina is not family. In fact, Dina was a client for us in our previous startup. And that's when we started out with the journey of open, I reached out to her saying that, listen, you're one of the CFOs I know, and I'm building a finance platform. I just want you to go through what we are trying to build and see if it makes sense. And having Dina give us that validation that what we were building is right, and then also helping drive the narrative back into how it should be in the product or how it should be in the business strategy. That itself was a great combination for us as founders.
So, what does a typical day look like for you, actually, considering that you are completely preoccupied, I would say, 24/7 in running this organization, and also you're also the marketing leader startup. So how do you actually leave the brand, and also how do you actually look at what is typically your free time? Actually, is there a free time?
There is no free time. Who says entrepreneurs get free time? There is no off day. Every single waking hour is completely and 100% dedicated to open, and we do it by choice. There are times where we think that we want to take a break and unwind, but that also lands up into us checking our emails and texting our friends who would be also openers, who would be friends and colleagues at work. So there is no off day per se, but yeah, I try to unwind by doing some bit of meditation in the morning. That gives me a kickstart to the day itself. I do a bit of unwinding over weekends where I have a small little organic farm that I do some agriculture in. So yeah, those would be my pastimes if at all I get anything.
And the last one question is about what is think or the ingredients for the day and age that you started was with the larger platforms that form, and the next era is all about platforms that is coming up. Actually, any entrepreneur who is planning to come into the fintech segment today and looking at solving various problems that we are looking at, what is it that your mantras that you would look at for venturing into this industry, and what is it that you believe are the most important traits, both from technology perspective, skills perspective, that you need to be resilient about? What do you got your mantras for them?
All right, a couple of them actually. For anyone who's starting out into fintech, I would say have a lot of respect for the banking partner, because their banks are going to be there forever. They are great fund managers, and don't come in saying that I will overthrow the bank at some point of time, because that is arrogance. Always find a partnership with a banking partner and find the banking partner who understands what you want to do in growing and scaling your business. So one is to know that. Secondly, a couple of when it comes to technology, while you start building using a certain tech, at some point you would have to become tech agnostic. You might have to have multiple languages that you're using as a tech platform to build whatever you're building. So be adaptive enough to make those changes and not build something that is focused only on a certain language. So that's the other part. And know when you have to make, though at a broader level as an entrepreneur, when you have to make changes in your path. You always go down saying that I want to do this, but then there might be a roadblock. When you see that, don't ponder so much about the roadblock. Take a couple of steps back. You'll be able to see the larger picture and another way to overcome the hurdles that you face in entrepreneurship. So those were my 3 cents about fintech and entrepreneurship.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think uh, I was looking forward to this brand because it is so open, right? It is about the day and time that we are living in, and where truth is the only currency, both in technology terms and as well as for the networking that you have to do to proliferate your business to the next level. I think how important is talent as a mix, and especially why is open in Bangalore, based out of Bangalore, and where is it that you believe this city is going to go next? I think next 10 years being the golden era of technology that we are looking at, where do you think actually Bangalore will be, and why Bangalore is still the capital of unicorns and still the India Silicon Valley?
Rightly said, in Bangalore is the tech hub and was the Silicon Valley of India. And as an entrepreneur, I'm someone who changed cities to come to Bangalore to do entrepreneurship because of the kind of ecosystem that was available. Um, Gujarat and Ahmedabad definitely are great places to do business, but they were not. They're more traditional businesses. Nothing wrong in that. But at the time and era that I was starting out, the kind of advice that I was looking for, the kind of mentors or network of ecosystem or accelerators were not available at that point in 2005, 2006, when I started out as a newcomer. So I moved to Bangalore for the access to these kind of networks. And those were times when the entire ecosystem of Bangalore was growing and booming. There was Head Start, there was Open Coffee Club, there was Proto, there were a couple of other such industry associations, NASCOM, that were laying the ground rules for making it easy for a startup to start out, have a shared office space, have access to talent of people who are willing to work in startups, not just the ones who are working in corporates or tech giants otherwise, right? So this kind of access is what Bangalore gave me, and which rightly makes it the Silicon Valley of India, and it also makes it the right place for innovation to happen, because the kind of talent that is available in this city, be it tech or even non-tech, right? Even for marketing, even for sales, people go out and seek any form of talent that you require for your business, be it enterprise sales or be it feet on street sales, or be it a marketing, or be it content or digital marketing for that matter, or even people who understand brand or video content, right? So even non-tech as well, the kind of talent pool that the city provides, startup is what makes this the startup central of in many ways. And a lot of initiatives by the government itself has gone a long way in fostering this kind of an ecosystem. Both Karnataka government as well as
Yeah.
the central government at a nationwide level, with Modi ji's leadership,
Yeah.
thought leadership out there as well. So the amount of the grants also, right, we were talking offline even about the grants
Yeah.
that Karnataka government is giving out to first time startup
Yeah.
entrepreneurs as well, right? So all of this puts Karnataka and Bangalore at the forefront of all of this uh, action, and gives it the right advantage and the right edge, because you can do so many things as a ecosystem or independent, have investors and have good mix of mentors and
Yeah.
startups. But it's when the government that comes in, and when the policymakers get involved, that this kind of gets poised at a point where it can drive things way faster than otherwise, right?
Yeah.
So Karnataka has that kind of a mix, and I can see very clearly Bangalore definitely at the front as a forerunner, but even other places like Mysore, like Hubli, having their own startup networks and ecosystem coming up, and a lot of entrepreneurship coming out from these tier two cities in
Yeah,
Karnataka.
I think the very platform that we are talking today on Bangalore Tech
Bangalore Tech
Summits
Summit, yes.
is testimony, and this is the 25th year that
Yes.
we are driving it. No doubt we will have more number of beyond Bengaluru what the government is driving. I think we'll have more number of technology hubs that will be coming up beyond Bengaluru, like
Right.
Mysore, Hubli, Dharwad, Bangalore, all these places. I think it will be coming in. I think it's been a great learning for us actually and our platform viewers today. Thank you so much for your time. And this is a great disruptive industry that you are actually shaping it across, especially from the SME segment that you are going after. And thank you so much for your time and insights today. And wish you the very best. Thank you
Thanks
so
a
much.
lot.
Thank you.
Wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Once again, welcome to BTS Pit Stop, the second season of 2022, and very happy to welcome here a very interesting guest with whom we are going to do a conversation. With me here is Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, and he is the president of Kyndryl. Now, many of you may have wondered what Kyndryl is, what Kyndryl India is, what Kyndryl Global is. Last year, of course, Kyndryl played a very important role when Bengaluru Tech Summit was virtual, and they contributed in a big way in creating content, bringing in speakers, developing engagement, so on and so forth. And thanks, Lingaraju, for supporting us last year in shaping Bengaluru Tech Summit. Particularly, it was important because it was virtual, and we wanted to make it bigger and better. And I think outcome is for everybody to know. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jagdish, and thank you very much for having me here at the Pit Stop. And as always, it's a pleasure to interact with you, and more importantly, in the backdrop of BTS with so much happening around. I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Great. So, as I said, many of you would wonder what Kyndryl India is or Kyndryl Global is for that matter. And one term which took me by fascination when I first learned about Kyndryl was it's a $19 billion startup. And I said, wow, that is some introduction to an organization. So every time I think about it, I really get fascinated by that. And I'm sure many people may have asked you this question. But once again, taking the risk of repetition, I would like to ask you, what is this whole thing of $19 billion startup?
Jagdish, I think the whole thing about an organization is in what form does it get set up. It could be part of an existing organization, it could be, or you could be setting up a large organization from ground zero, or it could be a small organization which is getting built into a startup. Kyndryl sort of embraces all three parts of it, and that's why we take it as a journey that's been on and starting off as a $19 billion startup. We come with a heritage of having been part of a division of IBM and getting spun out in a separate company. So with that comes a recorded good book of business, but more importantly, that business is all about managing vital systems and technologies of large enterprises and corporations around the world. So with that, when you start off as a sizable book of business, you also have the opportunity to recreate and form a new organization in a more flat, focused and agile manner. So we call ourselves as a $19 billion startup. The 19 refers to the size of the business, but the startup is in the mindset, the thinking, and the agility with which we are looking at the journey forward. So we like the term. The market gave us the term $19 billion startup. We realize it's so true about how we see ourselves and how we want to be.
19 also, in a way, is the age of all the startup founders these days.
Oh, certainly not our company. It's not that young in terms of age or profile, but definitely yes, in terms of we've just completed a year, and it's a one-year-old company right now, and it's been a great journey so far.
Fantastic. So when you look back at 1 year, and of course, Kyndryl is a global company, but I'm sure when that, in a way, it was an experiment, right? I've never heard of anything like this before, where something is spun out of a large corporation with a new look, new energy, new vision. So a lot of excitement. At the same time, there is a palpitation in the heart, whether it will work, whether it will be accepted. How do you look at this 1 year? I suppose you have just completed 1 year.
Oh yeah, actually, 4th of November, we just completed 1 year. We got listed on the 4th of November, and it's just been a year. And yeah, you're right.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you very much. 1 year old, yes.
Yeah.
I think you're very true in your observations, Jagdish. And when we set up this company and we started off, I wouldn't call it as an experiment. It was a very thought-through strategy.
Okay.
A thought-through strategy about focusing on who we are and what we want to be. It's a financially strong balance sheet that we are trying to grow people, growth, and in the span of 1 year, our customers have really seen the value in what we do, and they have appreciated what we do in terms of business growth, in terms of new contracts, and more important, in terms of relevant work. And our people have proudly associated themselves with Kyndryl, and we look at every person, every employee of ours as a brand ambassador of the brand. And together, I think 1 year from where we are, we're very happy about what we've achieved. We never thought we could achieve so much in the span of time, but thanks to customers, thanks to our employees, and more importantly, thanks to the community that accepted us and gave us
glad and the leader of the entire journey, and with maybe 30,000-40,000 employees. How many employees you have now here in India?
I think globally we have about 90,000, and close to about 1/3 of that is operator of India, almost 30,000 plus in India.
So that must be the real challenge, right? I mean, that ethos that you want to build with this new brand, take it down to the level to 90,000 employees, make them live the same dream, same aspirations, and work cohesively to produce something phenomenal. When you look back at 1 year, this 1 year, say, hey, I think we are on the right path.
I think you're right, Jagdish. In fact, end of the day, we are in the services business. Services business is all about people.
Absolutely.
And what we do with our customers is we make a promise. In the services business, when you sign a contract, you make a promise. But the promise is actually delivered day in and day out through the people that work with it. So when I look at the services business and Kyndryl, right, it's in a form and manner that people who stand in front of customers, and whether it's delivering services or people at the back end supporting them, it's about how they show up. And the way they show up is a lot about what they feel about the company, how they feel about the organization, what's going around them, what's going within them, and hence assimilating all of that and then bringing out the best in front of customers. And to me, I'm so happy and proud of that challenge. The challenge of course, it was a fair amount of time of working remote. We're setting up a new company in a remote mode, but then engaging with them, connecting with them, connecting with customers, and bringing their best into the work front has been a tremendous contribution to the people. And I'm so proud of what they've done so far, Jagdish. So proud.
Now it struck me, the task must have been much more difficult because we were just coming out of pandemic, or maybe when it was formed, pandemic was, in its second phase, third phase, and whatnot, and so many uncertainties around. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Feeling so happy that I'm sitting in front of you, conversing with you on this subject.
No, you're right. I think if 1 year ago, I mean, personally to me also, right, it's been an experience where there are always doubts which will come in your mind. There's vulnerabilities that you need to go through. There are uncertainties that you need to face. But I think looking back at 1 year, the journey's been very exciting and great. Of course, we had a share of things that we had to plan for, the unplanned things that we had to deal with, planned things that didn't go well. Amidst all of that stuff, I think the outcome has been, I think all of that has been part of defining who we are and creating those defining moves. But I think it's come out very well in this journey so far, Jagdish.
Fantastic. So now you know what Kindle India stands for, and here we are conversing with the leader of Kindle India, Mr. Lingaraju Saukar, President, who has absolutely led it from the front. And the obvious question that comes to my mind is, this line behind, which always fascinates me. Whenever I read this line, the heart of progress. It's not with you in progress, along with you in progress, and it's at the heart of progress. The word heart doesn't come easily, right? So I would like you to respond to what really means with this line.
Sure. I think if you look at what we are set out to do, as a company, we manage, at the cost of repeating it, we manage the vital systems of the economy. You pick any industry, for example, essential services. Some of our clients are in essential services, like, for example, Mother Dairy in Delhi, Amul. The daily management and supply of milk on a daily basis. And India is one of the few countries where milk gets delivered to the doorstep. Most other countries, it's actually picked up off the retail shop. And to keep the system running up and down, irrespective of whether no pandemic, environment across, requires a whole lot of technology work and managing that at the back. So the heart of a milk company is delivery of milk. And we help drive that progress of delivery of milk. Take the example of telecom customers that we work with. The heart of a telecom company is basically connecting people.
Absolutely.
And the core of what they do to connect people is with us, and we work ensuring that their systems are working 24/7 non-stop to ensure that work gets done. And the common man, in a way, touching the billion lives through all the things that we do is what the heart of each of these companies is. And as they look at progressing across, we become part of that core area, which is the core mission of their organization, the heart of what they do, and helping them deliver the progress, whether it is essential services companies like milk and milk products, consumer goods, telecom companies, whether it is the banking segment of enabling transactions. All of that is core to what they do, and progress of that comes in by we helping them and they working with us to enable that progress. So that's why we say that we are at the heart of our customers, and through our customers, heart of progress of the nation.
Wow. I could have never imagined that Kindle anyway remotely connected to milk.
Absolutely. So next time when you have a cup of coffee, look at I'm sure you can't look at the milk and the coffee, but then the milk that you taste is enabled and powered to your doorstep through Kindle.
And the conversation that I do every day on my phone is also powered by Kindle.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
And the banking transaction that I do, just before this interview, I had a big task of the bills of my, from home. SOS calls came and all that. Again, Kindle is at the heart of that.
Absolutely. A lot of banking transactions enabled by us. And to one extent, I probably use 2 or 3 themes, right? One is we move India in the sense that almost 4 out of 5 on the road are powered, managed, and supported by Kindle. We connect India. So we basically, 2 out of the 3 telecom companies, when people talk using the networks, is powered by Kindle. And we bank India, which is basically enabling India to bank. So across various industries, while we're not in the business end consumer touch points like a consumer goods companies, but we power, enable, and drive the progress of these companies through the work that we do, Jagdish.
So you literally provide that kind of infrastructure without which things will just come to stand.
It's not just providing the infrastructure, but ensuring that they're up, running, and available 24/7 non-stop to make that delivery of services to enable that growth is what we do.
Wow. Okay. So that brings me to a very interesting conversation. I think you have given me a very interesting point to discuss. I would like to take this conversation to the Tech Summit, and also to luckily we are at a very interesting juncture. We are celebrating 75 years of independence. And Honorable Prime Minister in his address on 15th of August actually talked about next 25 years of India. India at 2047, India at 100. He defined that as Amrut Kal. very interesting statement to make, Amrutkal. In the same breath, year before last when he inaugurated Bengaluru Tech Summit, he said that, and that was a pandemic time, and he said that what we have experienced last 6 months, the speed at which technology had changed, probably it would have taken 10 years. So what would have happened in 10 years has happened in 6 months. So this is the power of technology which made this country and this world, in a way we became the engine for the world. And probably Bangalore is at the heart of that, running the world during this pandemic time. So he talked about the decade ahead, and he said it's not a decade, it's a decade. It's a driven decade. The transform you are going to see will come through that. It will happen here from Bangalore, because Bangalore is absolutely maybe next where India probably will be one of the leading economies of the world. Or when you look at next 10 years, I would like to dive deep into your thinking and find out answers for where do you think really India would be? Would we still be able to lead? Will we be at the forefront of technology? Where will the Kindle be? Because you are at the heart of progress. So where will be, and how you are preparing yourself maybe for the next 10 years? And where will you be?
Okay, that's a very, very big question, right? So let me start with the big directional vision that our Prime Minister has set out. I'm right on most fronts, but one thing I'd like to disagree with him is I don't think we'll take 25 years. We'll probably do it much earlier and faster. I'm very optimistic about the of India. I'm optimistic about the capabilities that we've got as a nation. I'm optimistic about the demographic strength or the dividend of India that we've got. And more importantly, I think what I call the spirit of India, which basically knows how to adapt itself well. It knows how to course correct. But more importantly, I think it looks upon every obstacle as an opportunity and leapfrogs into finding solutions. And that's been the core of what the Indian spirit has always been about. So keeping that as a backdrop, to repeat it, I believe that we'll achieve those objectives. We don't have to wait for objectives, but much earlier. Now, closer home in the next 10 years, the tech decade that you very well pointed out to. I'll take a step back to look at to sort of give you a sense of how every industry or every stage of progress
It's standing up for what you believe in, being committed, putting your whole heart in. When you grow something, that something means everything to you. At Kyndryl, we stand up for progress, for our customers, for their customers. Transformation, bringing an ecosystem of partners to help your business digitally transform and secure the vital technology systems your customers depend on every day. Using the power of data and AI to improve the workplace. Giving your employees the tools to make work feel less like work. Modernizing and managing your systems with intelligent IT practices. Wherever they are, on-prem, in the cloud, or at the edge. We are pro-curiosity. Our global team of curious and diverse minds fueling innovation and co-creating ideas that help you drive your business forward. We are pro-planet, creating sustainable solutions, and pro-community, empowering human progress in the places we live and work. That's progress. The kind of progress that we stand up for every day. Restless, empathetic, and devoted. The Kyndryl way. Because in the end, there's nothing better than taking a step forward together.
Hello and welcome to PITSTOP at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today we are here with the founder of a very successful startup who set out on a mission to empower 1 billion Indians to discover, consume, and socialize with the content that informs, enriches, and entertains in the language of their choice. An IIT Bombay alumnus, a person who has created a great impact in delivering content to the vernacular audience, and someone who is driven by a larger cause of serving Bharat, our country. The founder of Daily Hunt, we have with us Mr. Virendra Gupta. Welcome to PITSTOP.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Okay, and speaking of Daily Hunt, it has seen a significant growth in the news aggregator market through its unique approach of providing content in 15 different languages. We would like to know, how has it evolved since the time it started?
Yeah. So first thing is that the group company name is Versa Innovation, and we have multiple products, Daily Hunt, Josh, and Public Wide. And of course, Daily Hunt is a flagship product. Daily Hunt has evolved over years in a way that you can't even recognize what it was. You know, if you were to see the app, let's say 8 years back. When we launched Daily Hunt, what people thought was that internet is not for Bharat. Internet is only for English-speaking people. Whenever we used to tell to people that you are going to consume news on internet or on mobile, people used to laugh at us. Internet is only for English-speaking people, only for boardroom. So we as a company took a bet of solving for Bharat and solving for local language font. And that's how Daily Hunt came into being, where the first problem we solved was how would a Hindi, Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, Bengali, Gujarati font will be visible on a mobile phone. At that point of time, only an English font was visible on a mobile phone. If you were to forward a WhatsApp message or see a website on mobile phone which is in local language, it will come as Girbish. So that's the first problem we solved. Now, if you go back and flash back during good old days, there were no 4G networks. It was all 2.5G networks. So we built an app which was very lightweight. It didn't have a lot of pictures, a lot of videos because the data would not load, but people needed information, right? There was no content ecosystem at that point of time. Everything way back in 2011 and 12, it was all physical content. It was physical newspapers, physical journals. So we made efforts to get those content onboarded through our OCR engines, where a physical newspaper could convert into a digital format in a Wi-Fi. So basically, we did a lot of work during early days to get both content online and to get local language font working on a mobile phone. And over a period of time, as the industry evolved and as the net became big, you know, the content format of Daily Hunt, the number of content providers on Daily Hunt, Good old days started with one language. Today we have 15 languages. Good old days we had about 800 to 900 publishers. Today we have 100,000 publishers on Daily Hunt. Right? In good old days there was no video. Today our Daily Hunt has not been content. It has got images. It has got GIFs and so on and so forth. So of course Daily Hunt has evolved over a period of time to stay in tune with the changing times of internet in the country.
Right, absolutely. So Daily Hunt is a platform that caters to possibly 15 different languages in diverse locations.
Yes.
Right. So what are the challenges that Daily Hunt faces on in the same format?
So I think the challenges for any digital business is how do they stay relevant in the minds of consumers. If you zoom out, it's very clear that India is a local language market. 10 to 15% of people in India speak English. 85% of people speak local languages. So it's a large market. And Indian users reside in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, cities, the next billion users. And that is where the Indian market resides. Now, we were the company which took a bet, which seemed like a foolish bet long back, but it's played out very well for us. So what we, in terms of challenges, is how do you stay in tune with the habits of consumers? Like I told you, right? Earlier people used to read only text. Now people are consuming videos. Earlier people used to read content only about majority of news or politics. Now people want to read content of multiple genres. They want to know about sports. They want to know about entertainment. They want to know about what's happening in hyperlocal. They want to know about lifestyle, about cooking, about technology, and so on and so forth. So the biggest challenge and opportunity for a business like us is how do you cater to the needs of consumers which change.
Right. So we know that there are several media platforms available in the industry today. So how do you ensure competitiveness?
Great. I think that's a great. That's why Daily Hunt is not a media platform. Daily Hunt is a tech platform which aggregates personalizes content. A very, very heavy investment. 7 power cost is into engineering and an AI ML team. And I can proudly say that we are one of the few companies in the world which have great understanding of both text and video content on local language.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Our training models are trained on multi-petabytes of data and been doing this for years. So our content understanding of local language and our algorithms are world-class, and they continuously work towards personalizing content to your choices and thereby driving stickiness and time spent on our platform.
Okay, that's wonderful. So Viru, I think after you started Daily Hunt for a period of time is when you decided to get, I think, Mr. Umang on board.
Yes.
Right? So how important do you think having a co-founder for a startup? And do you think they must be from, absolute that they can complement each other's skill?
I think it's a great question, and I think it's important to go back a little bit in the history of how this happened. We were doing this very nicely, silently. Local language market was growing at a certain pace from 2012 to 2016. In 2016, the phenomenon of Geo. And as Geo happened, a lot of local language are coming online. And then that's where the market grew tremendously. Now, that's when Facebook was doing a great job in terms of growth. And at Daily, and we were figuring out, what bet should we take during that period. And that's why I got introduced to Umang. And honestly, it is not about going and finding somebody. It's like we met together, we discussed. Umang was a person who was in my eyes, was an entrepreneur always. But he was an entrepreneur building businesses for MNCs in India. Right? He built business for Adobe, he built business for Intuit, he built business for Facebook. So he was an entrepreneur who was building businesses. And I had spent time building and solving for local language market in Bharat. And when we spoke and when we discussed, I think 3 things became very clear: that India is a large local language market, right? And multinationals don't know how to solve for engagement and monetization of this market. Second thing is we both were driven by building something very, very big and passionate about, made in India, made for India. Now, as we discussed those things, it became very clear that we were aligned at hip on the mission and the broader picture. Complementing that was our personal chemistry, which was great, right? And we basically, I would say, dated each other for 2 years, because I got introduced to him in 2016, and he came on board in 2018. So we kept in touch during that period. So in my mind, it has been an inflection point in the history of Wordsay Innovation. The company has benefited immensely. I have personally benefited immensely from his association. And I think, the only thing we say to each other is, why did we not meet earlier?
And I'm sure you make an absolutely wonderful team, and that's why we are having Daily Hunt standing as one of the top platforms, right? So how, in a platform like Daily Hunt, the majority revenue must be from advertising. So do you think the Indian consumer is actually willing to pay a subscription fee and avoid the ad-based content?
So I think one thing I've learned, after doing business for long, is you can never anticipate the consumer habits. Right? I think right now you're right. The business model is primarily ad-based model, but we are seeing small offshoots of people trying to pay subscription monies for quality products online. Right. And I would not discount it totally. It's early days, but I think India is no different from anywhere in the world where if there is a quality content and quality, people might pay for it.
They are ready to pay for it.
In my mind, they will pay eventually. Okay. I think it's early days, but what kind of content, how much, and what, that's for the jury to decide.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So you different platforms you have here at Wordsay. So you also have a huge startup. I'm of course talking about available today in the market. So how do you track the user behavior and provide customized content?
Sure. So again, it's a great question. I think short video as a category is a very large category, as you know. And in terms of TAM, which is total addressable market, entertainment is a bigger TAM than information and news content. And people are shifting their preferences from long form video to short form video. So Josh is a product which is the fastest growing short video app in the country. And again, Josh has been built on the same bedrock of personalization and tech bed which Daily Hunt had. And that legacy we have carried forward and supercharged in Josh. Typically, I can say that, our algorithms, as I told you, our data engineering, our scale of infrastructure, our ability to play a video in a 2G network to a 4G network, our ability to understand content, whether what audio is in it, what video is in it, whether it's Hindi, whether it's English, whether it's Malayalam, whether it's Kannada, whether it's a peppy song, whether it's a sad song, what kind of videos are there and images are there, whether it is not safe for viewing, whether it's got curse words, whether it's got blood, whether it's got things which people won't like to see. So the tech bed has all these elements which are there in play, and our creator ecosystem is very fertile. Creators across the country, from north to south to west, are creating different kinds of content, be it dancing, diary, cooking, yoga, and so on and so forth. So on one hand, we are getting a flow of content because it's a UGC platform, right? And in the center is our whole tech bed, which is constantly sniffing and the content and it is serving a relevant feed to relevant people. It's not only personalizing, but it's also throwing surprises to you, based on collaborative filtering models and a lot of other tech jargons which I won't throw right now here. But it's constantly working hard to make sure that you get the content which you want and driving engagement. I would say it's a huge tech play on one side, and on second side, it's a huge play in terms of seeding and building a large content creator ecosystem in the country.
Right, and I think Josh is doing absolutely well in the market today. And moving on, what do you think? According from your perspective, do you think the profitability is very important in the initial days of startup, or do you think valuation is what is more important?
So in initial days of startup, neither profitability nor valuation matters.
Okay.
In initial days of startup is your customer stickiness is what matters.
Okay.
What kind of product market fit do you have with your customers? That is the key thing. Profitability and valuation come after a certain period of time when you want to scale your business. So in my mind, any startup entrepreneur should be very obsessed with the customer stickiness and the product market fit. Rest everything will. eventually every business has to make money. And I think, for companies like us now, profitable growth is the mantra, where we don't want to grow at any cost, but we want to grow at a profitable way. And the Daily Hunt, of course, is, EBITDA break even. And we are doing a lot of investments in Josh because we believe it's a large market. And of late, we have recently started monetizing Josh.
Oh, wow.
So we believe that, we are in a very good, unique position to be, one of the largest and biggest digital company in the country.
Okay. So is, raising funding the only way to accelerate growth in the industry?
I think this question has many, parts to it, honestly, right? And it's a very good question, by the way. I think when you have a hyper-competitive market, right, everybody is trying to show themselves as a leader, right? And when you are showing yourself as a leader, you need capital because you are trying to grow faster than what you can organically grow. And somehow, that has been the trend across the world in startups because, it's about saying who's going to own this market, right? So in my mind, I think capital is very, very important to build a business, especially in the digital side of the business, right? Where, you are competing both for companies from across the world, right? And global companies have a lot of capital on their balance sheet because they run profitable business. You know what I'm talking about, right? But I think the key question is not raising capital only. The key question is what are you going to do with the capital? You need to use capital to build your muscle power and your strength in your core business so that you are using capital to be competitively better than anybody else. Because if everybody has equal capital, the question is who will win? And I think that's the use of capital which businesses need to put to build their businesses.
Right.
Right. So in summary, capital is important, but what you use the capital for is more important because that will create an everlasting business.
Absolutely. All right. So this is a little aside from Daily Hunt, what I'm asking. So your platform caters to more than 15 different languages. So out of curiosity, how many languages do you speak?
So I speak broadly, 3 languages. I speak Hindi, I speak Marwari, and I speak English.
Okay, perfect. So any other languages are you interested in learning?
I watch a lot of South Indian movies.
Yeah.
I love South Indian movies.
Yeah. Which is your favorite?
I just watched Godfather, Telugu movie, last Sunday in cinema hall.
Yeah. Okay.
So I love it. I love, Tamil movies, Telugu movies, Malayalam movies, Kannada movies, So I have to watch Kantar. It's going through the roof, right?
Wonderful.
I watch KGF 2, first day, first show.
Wow.
Yeah, I watch Triple R. So I love South Indian movies a lot, and of course I don't speak the language, but I love those languages. I love those movies a lot.
Subtitles help.
Subtitles help. Yeah, absolutely.
So make subtitles your best friend and watch.
Absolutely.
All right. So because you said your interest in watching movies.
Yeah.
So apart from working, what are the other hobbies or interests that you have?
Sure. Look, I think it's a pretty normal life, like any one of us leads, right?
Okay.
So, you spend some part of time doing exercise, getting yourself, some meditation to get yourself prepared for this tough world, right? You have, you have friends whom you meet, right? And you watch movies, you have family friends, you have social circles. I have 2 kids.
Okay.
My daughter, she's studying in Stanford. I have a son who is, in 10th class. So, and I have a, my wife keeps me straight and sane, right? So, the life is like, it's like a normal life, and it's a very all-rounded life, I would say.
Really? Okay, you're saying that it's a normal life, but you're very successful today, a unicorn, a role model to many young people. So has life changed in some way for you?
See, I think one thing I would say is work has been an intrinsic part of my life since beginning. So, you end up working, 14, 15 hours a day, nonetheless, whatever happens, right? Okay. And I think I would like to believe, entrepreneurs don't change. I think they just grow into the responsibilities as the companies become big because we are not born with everything we know what we are doing, right? Okay. So it's a very humbling experience to run a business and grow it because you're constantly learning. Correct. And you're getting people who are smarter than you. Correct. So it keeps you very humble and grounded. Yeah. But so I would say I'm as hungry and as paranoid on day one.
Okay. So staying humble and grounded is the key.
I mean,
now after talking to you, I think that's a very obvious thing I must be talking about. All right. So again, another curious question that I have about you. So now you're standing as a very successful entrepreneur before us. But how is it growing up, your earlier days, and how were you as a student back in your college life?
So I grew up in a place called Jodhpur. My father was a professor of physics, mother housewife, typical middle class.
Okay.
Few years of initial Jodhpur, I was in a business colony where people used to run businesses, and those are very beautiful days because it was no holds bar colony where doors were open, people used to meet and celebrate every festival together, right? It was very, very Bharat centric upbringing. Those people who used to run businesses on Diwali days, they used to come at 1 a.m. from their shops. Even the people of when I was in 6th standard, I mean, those people used to go to their shops to help their parents because on Diwali people used to buy crackers late in the night. So a lot of the typical Bharat thing got induced in me at that point of time.
Okay.
And I was the son of a professor, so we thought that hey, that's not cool to do. But now when you see it, I mean, that's the core tenets of any business, right? And then I moved to university colony, very intellectual, stimulating colony. So I was a good student, normally first, second in my class every time. NTC scholar, IIT, blah, blah, blah. But typical, upbringing during those periods where, studies and education was a big part of life. And of course, there was always a streak in me where I used to be always a bit different and take a path a bit uncharted than what a normal person would do, right? So, and I used to play games. I used to play squash, cricket, and I used to have a lot of friends who were not studious, which was atypical of a studious guy, right?
Okay.
So I've always lived a good life, I would say, and I'm very thankful to what I've been served.
That's wonderful to know. Wonderful to know. So I, from the first part of what you mentioned, it seems you were very close to Bharat, the culture.
Yes.
Is that what actually brought you, or to actually have different languages to the platform? Did that influence you some way?
So absolutely, I think somehow and as you say, it might be destiny, but that's how I grew up, and that's what I valued a lot. A lot of people in my age group, they went to US because comp science and software was a big deal. I stayed back because I just couldn't relate to those kind of things in some sense. And my first job in telecom industry was again about solving for Bharat. I built the first prepaid card in the country, and I actually saw how technology can really impact lives of people. So somehow it ended up I was always built and solved for Bharat, and that's how we're saying, I would say, start.
So speaking of Bharat, we are celebrating the 75th year. So Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about the next coming 25 years, that is India in 2047.
Yes.
And he's called the Amrit Kal.
Yes.
And he has also spoken about the next 10 years.
Yes.
And he's called it the Techid because technology is going to be driving us further. So I have 3 questions for you on this note. So where do you actually see our country and our country content creation and the consumption perspective? And also, where do we see Verse in the next coming 10 years? And where do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
Right of question. I think today, I would say Verse is beating from count vice versa. Today, when people ask me what is the biggest startup in the country you admire, I say the biggest startup I admire is India.
Wow.
Imagine a country or a company which is led by such a fearless, ambitious leader, whose ministers' education qualifications and work experience better than any executive in the world. And you can see for yourself. Imagine the platforms they have created in record time, where Jandhan, UPI, Aadhaar, ONDC, health, semiconductor policy. People used to meet and celebrate every festival together, right? It was very, very, Bharat-centric, upbringing. Those people who used to run businesses on Diwali days, they used to come at 1 a.m. from their shops. Even the people of, when I was in 6th standard, people used to go to their shops to help their parents, because on Diwali, people used to buy crackers late in the night. So a lot of, the typical Bharat thing, got induced in me at that point of time.
Okay.
And I was the son of a professor, so we thought that hey, that's not cool to do. But now when you see it, that's the core tenets of any business, right? And then I moved to University Colony, very intellectual, stimulating colony. So I was a good student, normally first, second in my class every time. NTC scholar, IIT, blah blah blah. But typical, upbringing during those periods where studies and education was a big part of life. And of course, there was always a streak in me where I used to be always a bit different and take a path a bit uncharted than what a normal person would do, right? So, and I used to play games. I used to play squash, cricket, and I used to have a lot of friends who were not studious, which was atypical of a studious guy, right?
Okay.
So I've always lived a good life, I would say, and I'm very thankful to what I've been served.
That's wonderful to know. Wonderful to know. So from the first part of what you mentioned, it seems you're very close to, Bharat, the culture.
Yes.
Is that what actually brought you, or to, actually have different languages to the platform? Did that influence you some way?
So absolutely, I think somehow and as you say, it might be destiny, but that's how I grew up, and that's what I valued a lot. A lot of people in my age group, they went to US because comp science and software was a big deal. I stayed back because I just couldn't relate to those kind of things in some sense. And my first job in telecom industry was again about solving. I built the first prepaid card in the country, and I actually saw how technology can really impact lives of people. So somehow it ended up, I was always built and solved for Bharat, and that's how Varsay, in fact, I would say, started in some form.
So, speaking of Bharat, we are celebrating the 75th year. So, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about the next coming 25 years, that is India in 2047.
Yes.
And he has called it the Amrit Kal.
Yes.
And he has also spoken about the next 10 years.
Yes.
And he's called it the techie questions for you. Perspective. And also, where do we
I think today, I would say Varsay is benefiting from country and not vice versa. Today, when people ask me what is the biggest startup in the country, I say the biggest startup I admire is India.
Wow.
Imagine a country or a company which is led by such a fearless, ambitious leader, whose ministers' education qualifications and work experience better than any executive in the world. And you can see for yourself. Imagine the platforms they have created in record time, where Jan Dhan, UPI, Aadhaar, ONDC, health, now semiconductor policy, look at what's happening to markets across the world and look at what's happening in India. And one more thing which people never quote. Do you know that the number of female child added to the country is more than the male child? Now that is a big, big change which is happening in the country. So please understand that the biggest startup, I would say, is the country. It's such a large country and it's moving at such an agile speed. I think we all got to learn from it.
What a wonderful
So I feel that the next decade is a tech decade and is a decade of India. Our GDP, by the way, and I can tell you that, I think while we may talk a lot about higher level, statistics, I will tell you what we tell us who are going out to study. You're going out, but you will come back and work here because this is where the growth is. And now there can be nothing more that's beauty about India. So I'm in India, and I think this is the वो सोने की पहले बोलते थे. This is the सोने की चिड़िया now, which we'll get back.
That's such a passionate answer I've got from you. I think for the question that I've asked, that's the most wonderful thing I've come across.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
PITSTOP at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022.
far more than probably what it is like. My preference is address.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
Hi, I'm Sai, the founder and CEO of Mobile Premier League. We are a Bangalore-based startup. And this year, from November 16th to 18th, is the 25th edition of the Bangalore Tech Summit, or BTS in short. The entire tech industry from India and the world is going to congregate in Bangalore. I look forward to seeing you there on these dates. Hi, I'm Sai, the founder and CEO of Mobile Premier League. We are a Bangalore-based startup. And this year, from November 16th to 18th, is the 25th edition of the Bangalore Tech Summit, or BTS in short. The entire tech industry from India and the world is going to congregate in Bangalore. I look forward to seeing you there on these dates.
And welcome to Pit Stop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today we have with us Mr. Jagdish Patankar, the chairman of Active, and he's been into the event curation for the past 2 decades and specialized in science and technology events. So, sir, we're here celebrating the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. It's a big day, a big event for all of us. So why don't you tell me what took the preparation? We're here celebrating the 25th year.
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
and welcome to Pit Stop at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today we have with us Mr. Jagdish Patankar, the chairman of Active, and he's been into the event curation for the past 2 decades and specialized in science and technology events. So, sir, we're here celebrating the Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. It's a big day, a big event for all of us. So why don't you tell me what took the preparation? We're here celebrating the 25th year. So it's a big celebration. How long did you guys take to curate such a successful event today?
It has taken 25 years.
As it was the 25th year, did it take any special preparations to actually reach
I was just...
no, I understand.
No, but the point I was trying to make it is that it doesn't happen so easily. Right?
Absolutely.
To arrive at that 25 years, so much has gone into it. So many hundreds and thousands of people have worked for it.
Right.
So many leaders have worked for it.
Right.
It is impossible to take their names. So today when we are preparing for 25th edition, we are just preparing for maybe a small portion of translating what all has happened over the last 25 years into, putting it together for 1 year. But if you ask me honestly, it has honestly taken 25 years. Coming to the actual preparations for the show,
right.
We are very fortunate. We've all gone through pandemic. So 23rd and 24th edition was a pandemic year.
Correct.
And when it happens to be 25th year, we are all here, physically present, doing this event, wanting to meet each other, collaborating. And it's a very exciting time. So the fact that 25th year is turning out to be a physical year is a great thing. Also, 2 years of pandemic, I would say there were silver linings to the dark clouds.
Okay.
Because it helped us open up.
Absolutely.
It helped us take this entire event global. And we could connect with the global community far more easily than probably what it took us. So Prime Minister in his address during 23rd edition said that what would have happened in the next 10 years has happened in this 1 year.
Yes.
Same way, what would have taken this event to grow to a stature of what it was 22 years, for 22 years, probably happened in that 1 year, it took flight.
Right.
So as we started preparing for this show, first, of course, was overcoming the mental block, whether to go physical, whether to remain virtual, whether pandemic will still. So, that doubt in the minds, we had to overcome that. That was the first major step.
Right.
But everybody wanted to make it happen.
Absolutely.
And as you know, this is the event started by Government of Karnataka.
Very much.
So it was the leadership of Government of Karnataka, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable IT Minister, our Additional Chief Secretary, MD of KITS, then our co-host, STPI, and then our fantastic 3 Vision Group chairs, Dr. Kiran Majumdar Shah, Chris Gopal Krishnan, Prashant Prakash, and host of other association heads.
Right.
Everybody unanimously said, let's do it.
Correct.
And that point onwards, the mental, in a way, came on me and my organization and my team to translate those ideas into reality. Right from constructing the entire program with, of course, inputs taken from all of them, what we should do, whether we should go for a large format exhibition, multiple conference tracks, how to source speakers, how to excite the world community to come physically over here.
Right.
So a lot of preparation has gone into, a lot of, I would say that any pre-production is very important for a final product.
Absolutely.
And I think, that is what precisely we did.
Right.
And we decided how to go about doing this event, how to make sure that we onboard everyone, how should we make a case for a physical event.
Right.
And thanks to Honorable Chief Minister who interacted with CEOs of IT in April, 6-7 months ago.
Okay.
And he gave confidence to them. He told them that this is a big year and I want all of you to be there.
Correct.
And I think that point onwards, everybody was charged up.
On point.
And, rest is
That's
history
wonderful.
or large geography that you see here, such a large event, right?
Absolutely. So we have a lot of startups that has come here as a part of the Bengaluru Tech Summit. And Active was also a startup back then.
Startup was not the term.
Right.
And it was not easy. For any entrepreneur, it was not easy. So I still remember my 80s. I started my career with Media House, Build Media House, India Today in Delhi. And then came to Mumbai, then came to Pune. Started my own agency eventually, advertising agency, creative agency, and great stuff. We really did some fantastic campaigns.
Right.
But something, as the fate would have it, I happened to meet Dr. Mashelkar, a very prolific personality from the field of science. He was CSIR DG at that time.
Right.
And he encouraged me to use my skill or whatever little talent that he saw in me and my organization for the promotion of science and technology.
Okay.
And creating a platform and engagement between science and industry.
Okay.
It was the beginning of new millennium.
All right.
Okay. So innovation was a very new word. And he was talking about innovation at that point of time.
Okay.
And he is the one who said that the new millennium is the millennium of knowledge, is the millennium of innovation, is the millennium of intersection of science and technology, is the intersection of R&D and industry. And who else but you or organization like yours can do this job or task of expediting this entire process? He's a chemical engineer, right?
Okay,
I mean, chemical scientist, I would say.
Right, right.
So he always talks about that chemical reaction and a
Okay.
catalyst. So he said,
Right.
you have to be that catalyst. You have to make that happen.
Okay.
And Science Congress was one such a forum. And we started doing that.
Mhm.
So we put together a large program there.
Okay.
The industry and scientific fraternity came together
Mhm.
in the exhibition, in the conference, started a dialogue.
Mhm.
And that is where the idea was born.
Okay.
That if the new millennium is going to be the millennium of science and technology and innovation, then obviously there is an important role to be played of communication.
Correct.
And why can't that be done by me, not just for one Science Congress, but everybody will need it.
Okay.
And that is how Active started its journey. In fact, the name of my company is Active Scientific Communication. I mean, I was very happy doing my creative stuff.
Okay.
Only thing is, in the words of one of the senior scientists,
Okay.
he said, instead of using your skills to sell soaps and cigarettes, do it for the country.
Do it for
do
a
it
cause.
for the cause.
Do it for a cause.
That's
Absolutely.
that.
That's the reason.
Yeah, that chord struck me. I said, yes, I must do something.
That's beautiful. That's wonderful to know. So why don't you tell me, you are such an inspiration, I must say. So who is that one person that inspires you, or what is that inspires you to what you are today?
If you ask me for one person,
Uh-huh.
It's my father
Okay.
who inspires me.
Okay.
At the age of 50,
Mhm.
he started his own business.
Okay.
Very tough business, pharmaceutical business.
Okay.
And he ran it for 10 years successfully.
Mhm.
And he exited.
Mhm.
He gave me an opportunity. I said no because I was into something else.
Uh-huh.
And I was
Okay.
not interested then in business, or I didn't also understand what he was
Okay.
into.
Okay.
But when I look back, I always feel that, oh, wow, here was a man in my life who, showed the courage of starting an organization at the age of 50. In
Okay.
those days, when
Uh-huh.
entrepreneurship was so difficult,
Absolutely.
putting
It was a
everything,
challenge.
and putting everything at risk. That also in a business like
Mhm.
pharma, which requires a lot of investment, a
Mhm.
lot of pulling together of resources.
Right.
It's not an easy business.
So
And
there was no pressure to join the family business?
no, he asked me
Uh-huh.
to join the business.
Right.
Are we airing it live?
I
Okay, I'll tell you in any case.
Okay.
I was like any young person in those days.
Uh-huh.
I was more of a socialist or a communist or that kind of a background.
Okay.
So I was not
okay.
interested in business.
Right.
I was chasing. There was one term by the name "Kranti honi chahiye desh mein."
Okay.
So I was on a different trip.
Right.
So as it eventually happens, I
Right.
came into the mainstream and did my management. Then rest I've told you. I was in media for
Absolutely.
many years,
Absolutely.
and then came. And good thing is,
Uh-huh.
my father was very passionate about life sciences.
Oh.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is why he was in
that's a perk.
pharmaceuticals, right?
Uh-huh.
So eventually, we started curating life sciences related, like biotech.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Correct. So biotech event.
Right, right.
We started curating it for Government of Karnataka, which is part of Tech Summit.
Oh.
We
okay.
did Nutraceutical Summit.
Okay.
We do AgroVision, which is Agri Technologies Conference. And we are also the publishers of BioSpectrum, which is published from India and from Singapore, reaching out to complete APAC region. The digital platform, highest visited, highest read,
Okay.
digital, so to say, magazine
Right.
from the biotech space. So again, I'm back into life sciences. So maybe somewhere
It was there.
he's watching it. He's saying, okay, yaar, at least
He must be
kuch
super
to kiya
proud of
aapne.
you. No, I'm very sure he must be super proud of you. So you're here as the chairman of MM Active, running successfully. So we know how you are as a chairman here. Why don't you tell me a little about your hobbies, outside of the company or MM Active that helps you be a better person, or any hobbies in general that you have?
Like any Indian, I'm a passionate cricketer.
Wow.
I believe that I know everything, how to bowl, how to bat.
So watching cricket or playing?
Both.
Both. You play
cricket.
Avid
cricketer.
Oh, wow.
Reading about it, watching, of course, but any sports for that matter. I mean, and that I think I picked it up, not only the kind of, because I came from a background where, we were into sports.
Right.
But also I picked up some new age sports from my son, like F1 fascinates me.
Wow.
When I, watch with my
That's wonderful.
son. So sports is something that excites me.
Excites you.
And whether it is kabaddi to whether it is F1.
Okay.
This and complete range of sports, I can keep on watching.
Okay.
Entire Olympics, right from start to end, I watched last Olympics. I just don't miss it.
Okay.
I can give a pass to everything else, but I can watch. There is a lot to learn from sports.
Absolutely.
I feel that there are so many new things that you learn, the way people compete, the way these youngsters prepare themselves.
Correct.
It's a big inspiration, I'm telling you. I think I turn younger after watching sports. That keeps me going. Somewhere there is a rub-off of that energy, that excitement, that competitive spirit, that fair play. There are so many positive things to take from sports. So sports is one.
Okay.
Theatre is another.
Oh, theatres.
So, yeah.
That's very interesting.
I was in theatre for many years, and that was, if I had not done this, I would have been in theatre.
Wow.
So theatre is.
So we're missing out on that, are we? I think you should still give it a shot.
Should I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So now you have mentioned mainly cricket and theatres. Has it, there are a lot of rules and discipline even when it comes to cricket or theatres, sports or theatres. There's a lot of discipline that is involved. Do you think that has actually influenced your professional life? These hobbies of yours?
As I said, there are so many things that you learn from sports, right?
Correct.
I talked about sportsman spirit. I talked about competition. I talked about excelling. It's about not giving up. It's about pessimism versus optimism.
Correct.
I mean, there are so many incidences in cricket that you see where there is just one run is required, and Dhoni makes sure that he bowls out the opposition, takes 3 wickets.
Right.
and turns snatches victory from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely.
When you see that, what more inspiration do you want to, face the tough situations in life, in real life? If he can do it there, on the ground, when 20,000 people are watching, why can't we do it in our own life?
No, very true.
Isn't it? So
very true.
I think there are so many such things that you learn from sport. So according to me, sports is entertainment, yes. But the kind of learning that you get from sports is unbelievable.
Okay, that's a brilliant thing to know.
Why do you think this entire BTF, this platform, it is called PITSTOP?
Correct.
Right?
Right. Now it is all coming together. All right. So we have a lot of, like we spoke about startups and, a lot of new generation, the new Gs that are coming into this. So what is that one advice that you would like to give it to people who are starting up, who are starting new to the industry, especially the tech industry?
Oh my God, it's such a cliche. They must be getting this gyan from like 10,000
So why don't you tell me something very unique from your experience?
According to me, each to his own. The only advice that I'll give is, you've gone into it by choice. Did anyone force you?
No.
No.
It's your own choice that you're getting into.
Period. I don't have to tell you, you should be motivated enough, you should do this, you should face adversities. Nobody forced you to start a business, get into entrepreneurship.
Right.
You better do it.
Right.
Kick your own ass and do it. Simple.
So you did mention it was a very cliche question, but I must accept that is not a cliche answer. Show me one interview of anybody who has given me the same answer.
I don't know.
No, you have to motivate yourself because nobody is going to stand up for you. So that is the ultimate thing that every person who is getting into the industry must follow. Okay, sir. So as we all know, that we have completed 75 years, right? And our Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years. I know in this tech-dominant world, it's a little difficult to be actually considering or foresee what is going to be happening in the next 25 years. But why don't you tell me, where do you see the country in the next 10 years? You know, or how do you see your company in the next 10 years, or how do you see yourself in the next 10 years?
Very pertinent question, I must say that. And you should have asked this right in the beginning, because it requires probably a longer answer.
A long answer.
But, you talked about the next decade.
Yes.
So Prime Minister actually talks about that as well. While he says that we have to start visualizing next 25 years.
Right.
Because then we'll be completing 100 years.
Absolutely.
In 2047.
Yes.
That is Amrit Kal that he talks about. He also talks about the next decade, and he says it is India's decade, India's decade.
Decade.
Very interesting term. So where this decade term came from? So the way I foresee it, in fact, in 2020, when he inaugurated virtually Bengaluru Tech Summit,
the Bengaluru Tech Summit,
he did mention that what would have taken 10 years to transform because of the challenges of pandemic has happened in 6 months.
Correct.
So actually future has advanced.
Correct.
Much faster than we think.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So like you see it in the mirror, there is something coming from behind is much closer than
yes.
So it's like that. So the future is advancing at a much faster pace, accelerated pace.
Correct.
So this next, and why it is happening? Because of the technological transformation that is happening. And who's doing this technological transformation? Probably India is going to play a very dominant role.
Very true.
Probably the youngsters that you see here, what Tech Summit is all about. Tech Summit is all about that. Tech Summit is all about
the future.
The major, yes. What is next?
Correct.
What is going to happen in the next 10 years?
Correct.
Correct? So the answer to my question is in these 3 days of engagement.
Okay.
What is going to emerge out of the conversations?
Right. Is what
from 350 speakers addressing 60 odd sessions,
which is huge.
In IT, deep tech, biotech, electronics, telecom, and this entire new thing of Web 3.0 and NFT and whatnot, CRISPR in biotech. So there are so many areas which are going to get discussed, debated, and probably anyone who entered this complex.
Yes. Main question.
I have turned grey. I don't know what will I be doing.
We're looking forward to go to theaters now.
Yes. So I rather go back to the theater and do my own bit. But Active will continue to be a very strong player in this.
That's beautiful. That's amazing. So as we all know, so from what you said, sir, we are seeing something amazing coming in the next 25 or the next 10 years. I would like to understand your take on you said Bangalore is the face of technology or whatever our country is going to see in the future. So what do you think is the government's role that our government is playing in the tech industry?
What is the famous line of Prime Minister? Maximum governance, minimum government. Correct?
Right.
Facilitator. See, the beauty of government of Karnataka is they are the facilitators.
Correct.
They help support the ecosystem.
Right.
So they encourage startups. They encourage companies to collaborate.
Correct.
They invite tech world to Bangalore. They create a platform and they still remain aloof. Right. They allow all the right people to come together and engage.
Basically creating a facility.
And engage with each other.
Right.
That is the beauty. It's a invisible, important element in the development of Bangalore's ecosystem into a technology-led capital of the world.
Okay. All right. That's a fabulous answer. We'll just go a little off tech once again and come back to you as a person. And with this, I think we can end the session as well. I would like to understand, you are standing as a successful person here today, in front of us. I would like to understand, how were you as a student? Is this what you always... you did tell me you had a different perspective and different idea, but how were you as a student?
At the end of it, I have realized one thing. If you are not what is the term for that? I'm trying to remember the term.
Determined?
No, not determined. Somebody who wants to go against the system, against the flow. That is what we did.
Correct.
As youngsters, because we were wanting to bring about some change and kranti
Rebels,
honi chahiye.
basically.
Rebels.
Rebels.
What a simple word. I'm getting old.
Right.
So rebel, right? So according to me, every startup is a rebel.
True.
What is he trying to do?
True.
He's trying to change the course. He's trying to do the same thing differently.
Correct.
Or do a different thing, completely
Bring a
different
new
thing that we have not
perspective in.
imagined. So rebel is at the heart. And I think, well, why did we talk about it earlier? I think this is the most important character.
Absolutely.
Right?
Right.
So I think this character is important. And I was a rebel. Today startups are also a rebel.
And it's going successfully for both the ends.
We have to encourage this rebellion.
Right. That's when new ideas would come up.
This rebellion has to be encouraged. Now I think I should think more about this and talk about it at some point of time.
Absolutely.
I'm getting a different perspective as we converse. Thanks.
Right. All right, with that, we come to an end of a fantastic session. And I must say thank you so much for your time, sir. It was a fabulous session with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed lovely conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to PITSTOP at Bengaluru Tech Summit 2022. Well, today here we have with us the founder and CEO of the most successful gaming companies in India, the Mobile Premier League. Aeronautical and space engineer from IIT Kanpur, a sports enthusiast and also a serial entrepreneur, and of course the role model of many youngsters and aspiring entrepreneurs. With us we have today Mr. Sai Srinivas. Welcome to PITSTOP.
Thank you so much, Nitya. It's an honor to be here at the PITSTOP.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. So let's start off with, we would actually like to know how and when did the idea of MPL actually come in?
That's actually a very, very funny and interesting story. So the idea came around the first half of 2018, right. And I used to stay in this place called Salarpuria Greenage in near Bomanhalli in Bangalore. Okay. So me and my co-founder Shubh, we were just sitting one day and we were like just talking to each other and saying what we always wanted to start another company, right? So we were trying to figure out what do we do, and at that time, while we were talking to one another, we were like thinking of multiple different ideas. And then I was just asking him, what people can earn money playing cricket, people can earn money, playing basketball or hockey or football. Okay. Why can't people essentially earn money playing games? Yeah.
Wow.
and back then when we first thought of this thing and when we first told people about it, people thought we were really stupid, right? And because the idea itself sounded like really, how can this be, right? But yeah, I think sometimes the most simplest of things and the most stupid sounding things can end up doing something really wonderful. So we started I think towards the second half of the year.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's the genesis.
Okay, all right. So what did you do to actually validate this idea of MPL? I mean, this idea definitely came in with a conversation with your co-founder, but how did you actually validate to get to this idea?
Yeah, so I think the validation was also, we basically got a bunch of our, a bunch of folks. There was this person who used to come to my place to make food. So we got him and a bunch of others to just get together. And and the idea was that we didn't want sophisticated users like ourselves. Because we are few and far between in this country. Like there's so many people who are not, when I say sophisticated, not English speaking, but are more native. I think that's where the real mass of our country is. And we thought we should ask them if this is interesting for them, not just for us. For us, it sounds interesting, but what about the rest of the people? So we got them together and we got them to play this, this game Temple Run, which I think most people are familiar with. And we got them to sit around and start playing this game. And we said, whoever like runs for the longest without essentially getting killed in the game would end up winning a prize, right? And then people were just at it and people loved it and people were just playing it again and again and again. And that's when we kind of felt that, hey, you know what? People seem to be liking doing this. There's something here. Maybe we should, build something out of this. And that's when that's how we validated the idea, right? Yeah.
That's amazing. I mean, it's very surprising that, you actually got, the target. I wouldn't call it the target audience. You wanted to see if it reaches everywhere.
Yes. And the idea was that we wanted to build something that truly becomes a fun, entertaining value proposition for every kind of customer, not just this metro dweller, not just people who are very savvy with a mobile phone, very savvy with internet, but also people who've just started their internet journey, started their digital journey with getting a first phone and just just getting their feet into the ground. So we wanted to see if it appeals to them as well. And to our surprise and pleasant surprises, it did.
It is working wonderful, as we can see. All right, so you did mention about your co-founder, Mr. Shubh. How important do you think it is to actually have a co-founder? And in terms of Shubh, I think you both are from very diverse backgrounds. So how do you complement each other?
I think having a co-founder is like having balance in a company, right? Because the problem with not having a co-founder is one person can always, one person's probability of being right and being wrong is 50-50, right? I can be right and wrong. But having a co-founder minimizes the chances that you're wrong. Because if you're saying something that's not making sense, the other person will tell you, hey, this is not making sense.
You're always correct.
Yes. And what happens as your company grows is that, and as as the company becomes more successful, there are very few people who will tell you on your face that, hey, this is
right
wrong.
And wrong things.
Yeah. But having a co-founder means that this person is got as much skin in the game as you do, and they're not trying to please you, or they're not trying to just be nice to you just because you're some founder or CEO or something like that. They're telling you the truth because they are also vested in this being successful as much as you are.
Absolutely.
So in that way, I think I'd strongly recommend everyone to find a co-founder when they're starting something. In terms of how diverse we both are, so I come from more of a product design and a product management background. My job is to design products, design games, and so on and so forth. Shubh comes from a more of an engineering background. So together we basically kind of complemented one another in the sense that the skills that I bring to the table, he did not have, and the skills that he brings to the table is something that I did not have. And Shubh also, has been with the startup ecosystem from very early on. In fact, right out of his college, he joined Capillary, which is another startup which started in Bangalore not too long ago, about 10, 12 years back. And he was one of their first employees. And then after that, he started with me. Yeah.
Okay, so basically it adds more value to each other. You can add 100%. More value with each other. All right, so when you started MPL 4 years ago, so as we spoke, you would have had a group of a particular target group that you focused on. So what do you think? Is it the same set of people that are on your platform right now, or has it changed in any way?
I think we had a target group, but we never really thought that the target group would be so large. Let me just put it that way, right? I think when we started, we thought maybe the people who'd probably be playing games or who probably want to play games would be a small niche in India. But it just so turned out in the last 4 years that practically we are now standing at the cusp of every single young Indian wanting to play a game, and it doesn't matter if it's male, female, really doesn't matter. I think there are so many women gamers also now. It's remarkable. I think in the next 4-5 years, you'd probably see, that the entire TAM or this particular user group is practically the entire audience of people between 20 to 35 years old. Every single person is a potential gamer.
Do you have the audience from both the tier 2, tier 3
cities
as well?
So MPL has users from over 1,000 different towns and cities and villages in India, and I think it's very, very homogenous in terms of users coming from various different cities, and so it's not as if there are all these users are just from one particular state or one particular city. They're practically from all over the place. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So we all know that India is actually gearing up for the 5G. We would like to know, your take on how or what is the impact of 5G on the gaming industry in particular.
In my opinion, I'll ask you a simple question. Okay. Whole of India currently has 4G.
Correct.
Right? And we all enjoy it. We all, love it. You are able to watch videos very well on 4G.
Yes.
You are able to, text and like do all the other things that you do on 4G very, very well.
Right.
The biggest advantage and use case of 5G, it's not going to change videos. It's not going to change texting. The biggest thing that 5G will do is it'll create its biggest customer use case is gaming. What else do you need 5G for? If you have 5G on your phone, then you can essentially be playing even more immersive games. You could probably be playing more in-depth, high-fidelity games. And world over, the biggest customer use case of 5G, customer side use case, not industrial use cases, is gaming. And I think what's going to happen because of that is that it's going to propel India to probably the third largest market by revenue in gaming by 2025-26. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. And the largest market by active users for gaming by 2025. You're talking about active users, daily active users in gaming crossing about 350 million DAUs in India. And that is a humongous opportunity.
Okay, so it would give a better gaming experience on a whole for the industry.
100%, it would change. It's a game changer. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so metaverse is now like the buzzword. Yeah, as we all know. So how do you think metaverse is going to actually impact the gaming experience of your consumers?
I think the metaverse is going to impact the gaming experience in two ways. I think first is you will start actually having value for the virtual goods that you have in games. For example, let's say you own a helmet inside a first-person shooter game, right? You're playing this game and you own this cool-looking helmet, right? Now, the fact that that helmet, the fact that in the virtual world, people value that helmet, it's a really cool-looking one. So if I want it, the only way I'll be able to get it is by actually buying it off you, like by paying you a certain amount of money and getting it from you. So first, it'll add a lot of value to goods within a virtual world. That's the first big advantage.
The guns and the helmets.
Yeah, all kinds of things. Even maybe a cool looking skin or a cool looking avatar. People would start valuing that. Just like how people, if you have a BMW car today, if you're selling it to someone, they pay you some money, right? Exactly like that in the virtual world. I think the second big advantage that it would give for gaming is that it would probably make gaming even more immersive. And I say immersive in sense, especially once VR kicks in. So if you put in a headset, then you would probably get the real feel and thrill of driving a sports car. Yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah, those are the two big advantages.
Okay, so it will be a very extensive experience for the people in the gaming industry.
Yes, both from a sensory experience, that is your eyes, ears, and also from a economic experience. Economic in sense, if you win a race virtually, or if you were to have a cool looking car in a video game, the cool looking car, just like how a cool looking car in the real world has value, even that will have value.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you have brought in something super exciting, right? So a world-class gaming studio for the development of the AAA games. So of course, we're talking about the Mayhem Studios. So we are a little curious to know about it. Tell us a little about the studio.
Yeah, so I think the whole idea here broadly is that we believe that India, one of the biggest potentials for India over the next 5-10 years is for India to export content. India to export gaming, right? In India today, if you look at gaming, is still an importer, right? For example, some of our biggest games are actually games that are made outside India, and
it's bought here.
Yeah, and they launch here and people consume. It's great, right? But I believe that India, the kind of stories we have and the kind of in-depth culture, etc., that we have. The amount of stories that we will be able to export would be dramatic, right? And the problem, though, however, is that India never had the capability to make really world-class games. And it's not, and the reason why we never had the capability is not because we don't have the people. It's just that we've never had or no company has had the amount of money that's needed to invest in a space like that. And also, the patience that's needed. For example, a good movie, take any movie like a Bahubali or, KGF. For good movies, the amount of time it takes to make a good movie is at least a year, at least. If it's a really good movie, it'll take 2-3 years, right? Now, the same is true with a game, right? You have to be patient for 2 years to make a good game. I don't think many companies in India can sustain that much development time. Yes. So with the movie industry in India, right? It took one big movie and everybody said, hey, these guys did it. We can also do it. And you have, 50, wonderful movies come out probably every month.
Right, right. So speaking of the pandemic, there are several companies that actually did well during the pandemic, right? So how is it for MPL? The reason I'm asking this question is because, maybe people in my house were not gamers as such. But somehow in the point of pandemic, we all became gamers. Ludo especially, I must say. So that was like a game that we always used to play. So how is it for MPL, like during the pandemic?
Yeah, I think it definitely was, it benefited MPL. I mean, it would be foolish of me to not accept that. I think if you have a country of 1 billion people who have nothing else to do, then I think gaming is obviously one thing that everybody would do, right? So it definitely accelerated adoption for games, right? People who wouldn't play games said, you know what, let me try this and let me see how this. So in that way, it was good. But I think apart from that, like honestly, it was also a drag on the team and the product.
The other side.
Yeah, it was a drag because we are not designed to sit in a box for 2 years and just work. Humans are not designed for that, right? So personally, it felt as if 2 years of your life just kind of disappeared. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm sure that everybody feels that. But I'm very happy that BTS is happening in person now, and everyone's going to be there. And I'm also happy that all the people have come back to offices, and the energy in the city is back. So it's good to see all of that.
All right. So we're going to be having a virtual, and it's going to be like a double dhamaka because it's going to be the 25th year that we're celebrating BTS. So this is definitely going to be huge. Well, on that note, what do you think is the perception or the acceptance of esports in our country?
I think it's still low. I think it's still low, and I think people confuse multiple things, right? The general thing that people always assume is that if it is online gaming and if there is some amount of money involved, oops, this is bad, this is wrong, right? But there's a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of depth to it, and I think as more and more people start coming online and start using internet products, I think there'll be more acceptance. So in my view, I'm not fussed about it. I think in the 4 years that we've been around, from where we started to where we are today, the amount of acceptance that we get is incredible. I think another 4 years, I think it's going to become even better. And I also think India needs a few stars in the esports segment. And I think once we have a few stars, everybody will be like, hey, you know what, this is good. For example, when we were growing up, I'm sure at least my parents are like, if you went out and played cricket or anything for a long time, they'd basically say, why are you wasting your time? Go sit and study, right? And they'd essentially look at people who are whiling away their time and say, playing something, and say, why is this guy's not going to go? Yeah, this guy's not going to go anywhere. He's probably going to. But today, a lot of parents actually proactively send their kids to go play cricket because it is a viable career. It's a viable career where people can do good things and make a good life for themselves. So
ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.